All right, so we thank God for how far he has brought us. Program we started last Tuesday. And I coupon the year Akosa Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And see able to us. But because he has a venue, and he say born pie. Now the over hano on welcome here. Then you bet me at yours. Okay. So we started the program on Tuesday and we continue on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday till today. And now we have changed camps. So we are going to ask God to bless us here. And then we continue with a welcome message from the host here, and then we continue on the main program. Thank you very much. I call on Dr. Delali to lead us in a short opening prayer.
Good morning. Please, shall we bow our heads for a word of prayer? Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you so much for this morning. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for traveling mercies. We thank you for each and every one of us gathered here. We thank you for the stakeholders, everybody that is on program this morning. Father, Lord, we commit ourselves into your care. We pray that, Lord, your Holy Spirit will have absolute control in this place. We pray that the outcome of our discussions will be successful. We thank you also for this week and bringing us to the final day of the Cassava Week celebration. Father, we are grateful in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, so this place had been built by a blessed hand, and it's in the name of the person, Thomas Ansari, and then he is the director of Innovation Village Foundation. Shall we give him a round of applause? He will welcome us into his abode, then we can continue the rest of the program.
Thank you very much. As Dr. Nete has indicated, we are currently all on the premises of the Innovations Village. So I would like to use this opportunity to welcome all of you here. There are different categories of persons here. Some are newcomers, some are oldcomers, and some are shareholders. Yes, the shareholders know themselves. I'm sitting beside one. The newcomers know themselves, and the oldcomers, including the director, also knows himself. So we are thankful that you are all here. This Cassava Week celebration, the conceptualization and everything started last year, almost a year ago. We made progress, softly, we are here. And today is the crown on the jewel. We are praying that all that we have been working towards shall be achieved. And all that we are looking forward to, we will work towards it. So I once again like to welcome you all and wish you all a very fruitful deliberation. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Once our director is here representing the Director General of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, he must also say something. Thank you.
Since the landlord stood to speak, I also stand and speak. So, good morning, everybody. We bring you greetings from the management and staff of Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. So as Mr. Ansre rightly said, the conceptualization of this whole Cassava Week started about a year ago when we had an expert vision from the IAEA in the person of Mr. Agric, who is here to witness the whole celebration. We're here because of some partnership we have with Mr. Ansre and the Innovation Village on promoting nuclear-based climate-smart agricultural technologies across the country. So whilst they were here, the ambience and the facilities that they have here and all those things, and the vision of Mr. Ansre about how he wants to promote cassava and other things. So we thought that it's important for us to work together as a team to see how together we can promote cassava. And that is what culminated into what we are seeing today. And this is the maiden celebration, but we are hoping that we're going to sustain this on a yearly basis and continue to work towards making cassava the golden route for our economic transformation. The Ghana Atomic Energy Commission is the state-owned institution that is responsible for promoting nuclear science and technology in the country. And we work in different areas, nuclear science and technology applications in different fields, nuclear science and technology for power generation, and nuclear science and technology for protecting ourselves from the harmful effects of the nuclear science or atomic effects. We have been working, Gaec is 60 years, and when it was in its prime, 30 years, it gave birth to what we call now Bnari, which is Biotech and Nuclear Agriculture Research Institute. So Gaec is celebrating 60 years, Bnari is celebrating 30 years. So you will see we have celebrating 30 years of sustainable agriculture solutions. And at Gaec, we've been exploring how we can combine nuclear science and technology and biotechnologies to provide sustainable solutions to the many problems that our agriculture systems face. We work from soil to the post-harvest and even product development. So we have scientists who are experts in their own right in the different aspects of our food systems. And we've been working on different commodities. So cassava is like our flagship crop where we all converge. So our soil scientists, our food scientists, our entomologists, our plant breeders, all of us work together on cassava. So it's a flagship crop that we all are focused or we are all are hanging on to. That is why today or this week we put it that we are celebrating cassava. And one of the aims is to showcase the technologies that we've been working on for the past 30 years and see how far we can take these technologies. People say we live in ivory towers. We hiding in the bushes in Kwabenya, doing our own things, and the farmer hardly sees our results or feels our impact. We are coming out of our ivory tower to meet you on the farm and to let you understand these technologies. And it is our hope that going forward, we'll be able to mainstream the technologies that we have developed in soil, water, and nutrient management, in developing improved crop varieties, in pest management, in post-harvest handling and processing. We'll be able to mainstream these technologies into our agri-food systems so that the lay farmer who has not heard of us before, Gaec or Bnari will become a household name with all our smallholder farmers and everywhere across this country. This is the beginning, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to sustain this and make greater impacts, especially building the kind of partnerships we are building with the Innovation Villages Foundation and other private sector people. So on that note, I want to welcome all of us once again to the climax of our Cassava Week celebration and wish all of us fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Yeah, please do it better. All right. Pamacho, your farmer is Nancy. he will translate a little bit of it into Twi. Thank you.
Madam Wase, mekani ye papa Dr. Michael Sain asemo kani na no wan kan kire mi nti man tworo bibia nto nti dia mekai no meka enti dia no kani na ne se Ghana Atomic Energy yene Innovation Village the amount for can say ye kwaye mu ene sorry I say ye science enti farmers no how a omo no I so yes ye more solution no ye sa and ayonkofa no eni ho enti say ye adwen say ade bia ye bia no ye mfentina ye tokrom ho nko an ye nye na mmom ye beba farmers no enchen said ye be ya ye hu omo hawa then ade a ye no so ye nso ye hu na aboa adwuma omo di no enti Ghana Atomic Energy enya 60 years na ne 30 years mu na ye wo Bnari, that's Biotechnology and Nuclear Agriculture Research Institute enti enam sa enti yes ye di 30 years that's Bnari enti say ba ha ene ede ye the program 1 week program ye be ye no ye de ebe wiye ne ne ye farmers aba be kasa na ye de bibia amana ayefe amen
Mumba musa kese manu era mumba musa nso kese ma mi pa mi enkrani ba te mi twi no ya se mi humu na ba pa. Okay, so Tuesday we started with the opening section. We had a wonderful speech from the Yesu Starch Factory managing director. And then also we continued with the varietal release, processes and a registering of the varieties. And then we continued also on Wednesday with the nutrition content of cassava. We talk of the yellow flesh, and then we talk of pro-gari that has been made, and how it will benefit the processes. Yesterday we talked about the machinery, the machines that they use to make the processing, and then also how it affects the quality of the products. And then yabaha, the mika any na yayebi, and then so you bet you as a mumba musemami. Pamacho semusho minifano mbehu oba fe any bema kinting kanting omu 4. Okay, I'm Adrian. Okay, so on my far left, yeah, is Dr. Wonder. Far right. Okay, on my far right, I attend this and I say far left. On my far right is Dr. Wonder. What? Nunepeku. That means death has no power over you. Nunepeku. Mumba Musemanu. Onu oye plant breeder. Plant breeder. Omuye varieties na se for. Na se osi wa cross. Across some cassava bi. And odi bi ba mi farm no. Yes, 2 years and I'll show me name. Okay, the author is Dr. Kwamina Inere Ewa Bansin. Onu de oye Agric scientist, osa ye Agric business scientist, osa ye entrepreneur, I mean, be American cry from Australia, Germany, or Caution in Obekami Biachre. And I said, me ha, me, okay, the other side of the right or the left, is Mr. Joseph Odame. Mr. Joseph Odame, yeah. Mumba Musamana, Asana, Onini, to district Hano, Nina Agric, na area or Hanin Nationasi. District Agric Director, right? Department of Agric, Mufa. Good. Mumba Musamana Bium. Your turn is Bemano in your bano. Your friend, Dr. Andrews, is it Andrews or Andrew? Andrew, okay. Sarkodie appear. Mumba Musaman. There's a time now we what tech, no nusu what tech. By who you, any day abe who you. Australia, so of course, na Mumba Musaman, I mean, no, son, me born okay, good. So she's the person, Dr. Eunice Ejaku Mita. Mrs. Wab, I'll see I am a mommy bomb, Mrs. Noetimimbo. Otherwise, she's Dr. Mrs. Eunice Ejaku Mita. Mumba Musa Manuel. Onu or soil scientist. Just say soil no. Yama woman in a scientist. Was sending in a meaning so Australia. So why yeah Agric extension for about 30 years and son now call Australia and I say so no they are modeling I say for Nina they be catching be bet me I never be pray. They say and I say oh no yeah biochar say the friend of Chaco it say Chaco or no say or the yeah soil maybe and then way on the topic, the innovative developments in cassava cultivation and avenue for enhancing the livelihood of the Ghanaian cassava farmer. The other topic will be good agronomic practices in cassava cultivation and cassava disease prevention and control in Ghana. Yes, Rain. We'll give the mic to them. Audience, sorry. I know some of you do not understand the local language, but the focal people here are farmers, and typically we assume that they understand English. But then also there are some of them who understands a lot the local language. So we blend. We'll do our very best to explain everything to both sides so that it will be win-win affairs. Thank you. And then audience, your panelists, your audience. So what the panelist is going to do is the various topics are assigned to you. You give overview, 10 to 15 minutes. We will listen to you. We'll be writing down our questions. Ebo Adam, no na paper nyo. Hello, na paper nyo, na pencil nyo. Banyama nyakupon di kanche na ocean adwem. Ana no one says the see on your boat no. The ship no. Nyama edi manu ni na on shore bibia ana ochoe. Enti yen crowd na yen we should all be attentive, put down something on paper or in our mind. Amen. Now, before I continue, one man was calling me all the time on the phone. Say, well, who you flyer no? And I say, and I da ben, and I oba, and I say, and I catch you so ti ade so ho. And I say, so oti ade so ho dia, and I be baha ne. And your mom no baha. Hello. So he was one participant. He said he had been calling me over the days when he saw our flyer, and I told him that okay, if it's nearer Anuma will be there, he should come here today. And here is the name of the person, Nisaki
Amaku Ashiben 31st.
Which means he's a chief. Hello, he's a what? A chief, a custodian of the land. So we are happy to have you, Nisaki Amaku Asibente the first. Shall I repeat it? Asibente the first. Give me a round of applause. So you are all welcome. Good. Panelists. We have talk one from Eunice, Dr. Eunice Ejakuminta, and then Dr. Kwame Nabansi. Oh, please, before, lest I forget, before they start. Today, our moderator is going to be Dr. Joseph Edujefi from all the way from Vienna. Vienna, no, yeah, Amano, now from city in Vienna, city near Vienna, but country near Austria. Austria, no, Germany, parents, we call Austria, no, Germany. Numbo Musama, Dr. Joseph Edujefi. Enti onu no be moderate enti pamacho mami mfa mic no man no kan chere mu baby o mamu rules.
Senior omudi kan sorry no miss me sorry. It has been a tradition. The landlord actually was on his feet, so I have to respect the landlord and then also be on my feet. Madam Nasi, directors Nimpen for Moshewa, and say, Banchi de Ubianim, Senior Banchi City, your school, no, na friend of students' companion. Untuminko school, a bra, unkra Gaec Mfanko. What I'm trying to say is that cassava is really very, very important, especially to our students. And then it was named the student's companion because that was the only food that can save us without cooking. You just add water to it and then you are okay. So I'm very, very happy that we have our panelists who are going to tell us more about the agronomic aspect of cassava and then also something related to the developments and then the diseases. Before I give the mic to them, I also want to acknowledge the presence of my co-worker, Dr. Cynthia, who is here, who also came all the way from the International Atomic Energy Agency. There are person who can say, International Atomic Energy Agency. Nanso me Ghana ni, na afi me pese me dan me co-worker na nipa me ne eye adwuma eye mame a oti mensa benkumbai ye friend no Dr. Cynthia nti we dey mean say bre ya say mbre nyina so nti no me de be ma pana nem say omo edi adwuma no the enso be kasa be di kan ye when the Eunice, Dr. Eunice, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Moderator, for the opportunity given to me to also add my voice to the Cassava Week celebration and what I know about cassava and its cultivation. Mr. Ansri, God bless you. Your name, or you happen to be from my paternal side as well as my maternal side. They both had the same name, Ansri. So you are my father and you are my mother. God bless you so much for accepting us, welcoming us into your nice abode. We know that by the time we come here again, being it sooner or later, this place would have been transformed tremendously to the glory of God. Amen. Narrator, thank you so much for the opportunity. Nana, me, thank you so much for coming. and everybody here. I'm so thrilled about what is happening. Pamcho, me can say, many ajipa means so made to me. Near me, no me efa banchi hono. Me babe kana yina so. Ekwa for any young processing and asifu nyina yet me hu. Ekwa efa so a ibedua banchi na ibetumi so edia ye eduane na obia nso etumi edi bia ma no ho atono. Na medikai ada ya papa se wagye atum na ya baha bado bia so ase minim ye se ya maha kwa ubi wasum kakra wo beti no osu kofia wetumi edi aye adwuma enu ne hia wo nye ne tie keke wetumi di aye adwuma na wadwuma tumpo na Ghana man so enya wo ho mfaso na no so tumpo medamase. Over the week, we have talked about cassava from Tuesday up till now. I want to say just one sentence about the overview, and then we move on. Cassava is a major staple food in Ghana. I know that every home eats cassava in different forms, either fufu or banku, abilikakru, yake, and then whatever. We all eat. And we understand that is what they say, but we don't agree. That is the poor man's crop. Maybe that is of old. Presently, I know that by the time we live here, if we have that mind, we will just remove it from our minds. It is tolerant to drought. That is what we know. And then when there is flooding too, at least, it can also adjust itself. And it is an excellent crop. Even in times of this climate change issues, cassava is still strong on the field. In Ghana, cassava was brought from Brazil way back in some years back. And then we started cultivating it. Traditionally, we were cultivating cassava. Presently, we are also cultivating cassava. And the traditional way in which we were cultivating the cassava, most of the farmers are still using the same technology to cultivate cassava. Formerly, it was 2.1 acre per household that we cultivate. And then it expanded. Now we have commercial farmers who are cultivating hectares of cassava. But there are so many challenges with the cultivation of this cassava crop. And my topic is saying that there are innovations and development in cassava cultivation, and that is what I should come and share. And we know that cassava also contributes to the Ghana GDP. It gives us money. Farmers too, it gives them money. It serves as a source of employment to both the youth and then the older, the aged. It's also a food security crop. All the crops may not do well in certain type of soil, but cassava will do. That is how we see cassava. Pamcho de meka say banchi. Banchi de obie if you be any way ni banchi o. When ni fufu a obedi ni benku. Ube you no Agric and no me pepper. eni kube ana say yakayake ana benku ana bibi banchi de yedi ye nima bebre gari I owe gari allegiance to gari wabua meda menya ni de bia nka me ho kire me pa me tu kwan na me sani say say ba kokora me pese better from because some me bo me nye bi ni ho ti kakra na me de ko say me sa no me nsa ma de bia me nsa ma eno kra mpo no twice a week abua obia akwala school ba wudugu insuema gari kakra wunya nkatie ba ko mienu bi de petima wawi yesi ye bi fi Brazil na e ba Brazil ni din no ikro ni din no na e de ba Ghana e ba ye no so yesomu if you say you who say abodi nyansade say insuo beto say ewia bebo ni nya ka bibi temperature ni rainfall no ese Brazil die no it is say ayeyi wo ho na che be yeyi wo Ghana yesomu no so ayeyi amayen pa na fie na nanom breso abesi said ne semi yesi dua banchi bebre me ne farmers na ye adwuma sa ne ye no ye fashion nka ho ye nya ye kono si o minya bottom per hectare or 5 kg 50 kg per hectare e ni de say ene de menya bottom enso na nka obetimi anya bebre asensa o ni nyina fi ekwan a ye faso a ye dua no se da no na wudua no ekwan we so a ene ye wa ha nyina na ye be ka kwan foforo a obetimi afaso a wo bedua na won so aba bebre na se ye ka tons a wotumi ka enya 60 tons. Because those days, we were having, I think the latest yield is 22 tons per hectare. That is at Champon 2022, 22 tons per hectare, which is very ridiculous when you look at other countries. Others are having 40 tons per hectare, 80 tons per hectare, whatever tons per hectare. I want to share with you what I did and how I went about it so that you know that I am not lying. Data is there. We had, when we followed the various activities, what we need to do, we had one variety, we had 71 tons. That is last year, some na make you. Me see, so we fin year, we bet me enya bibiri. Say the year chana we faswa, we bet me enya bibiri. 60 tons, and then I think the list we had was 42 tons per hectare. The various things that you need to do. One, because cassava is a root crop. The American say cassava no, no was and now biti na you was aha. A true form. And when I say you root crop, you true form. And you true form no, let's say asase na ye dua woso no ehia pa nyesa wotem da se abrawa wo si okay ene na wa ma okra so na wo kode bi esese wotumi eye asase no so adwuma such that ono so ne ho beto no no ono so de wu hia no wa ya ma o ejiri se wo no gba wo fie na se de ope wo yama na wo suma na he ahane kwesimintim kra obeko sana asase no so otie. I'm talking about land preparation, the land that we use for the farming. We really need to manage the soil such that it will be able to give us the maximum yield that it's supposed to give to us. what does it need? The soil is a living system. It's living. Wutia form so na say asase so a usuo asase na asase de ne asase otiase o otiase pa otiase a ohia nsuo so obenom otiase a ohia emframa so obehome otiase a ohia aduane so obedi so wo do banche ne hye fom na wan fa nsuo anka ho wa ma no aduane wa ma no wan ye asase set de beya obetimi ahome a wa na wodi ho abro if you say ne wodi ahye ho no ba de beba e be fifiri de na ne wo hwehwe no wonsanka. What I'm saying is that because soil is a living system, you have to provide food for the living beings that are in. We have microbes who lives there. And then the microbes, because they are living organisms, they also eat. So you have to feed the microbes. They breathe. So you have to manage the soil such that they will breathe. They will have ample air in it in order for the microorganisms to work for you. You have to give them food. If you put a cassava stick in the soil, you have to give it food. If you don't give it food, fine, it will grow all right. But you will go and you will have what you harvest, you may not want it. So, Niame can say, "Say you may you say with the man, woman in so woman aduane, woman bibia, enti duana wo de hye fom ne eye di dua yes say wo ma me ketekete na papa ye ketekete a omo wo a ombe den ombe ye ketekete so o ma me ye ketente pa o no oso wo papa so te saa wo bo nsankwala no grind no mo ba fine ye fa no nto ho enti ansana wo beka so men na me pesa me do banchi ese se wonjia na wo de hye fom se banchi na wa fifiri na wanya yi ama wo no ese se wonya dua ne ho twa se wate ase bibie ni ho efi bie ni ho emoa bie ni ho bibia che se wo hu banchi dua na wo so banchi ne ho twa se me de hye fom a ebe fifiri nyame adoma abefo kwan aba me breeders here omo ha ne atomic fui wom ene scientist omo hwe abodie mu nyansape ayi ahwehwehwehwe ne mama banchi no mu adibia ba se banchi we die sa yare we ya e ka no ema banchi no entumi emmoyie no ye afim se ensu ampa ono no ate ne mposo obetimi agina saa banchi no so wo de hye fom na even wan fa hwe anka ho kra obe fifi na wabo ase wo de dada na yare be kana yare bo na anakim no odaho ana se ensu bi eto ensu togu su a obe connect se wabu edaho no ya hwehwem nyina na ye friend new variety mo say ye friend almost say sisi enka variety be genotype prof. So what I'm saying is we have to look for a very good planting material. We have cassava, the local one that we used to grow or crop. Now there are improved varieties that have higher yields, 25 tons per hectare, of which right now the local one we are striving to get to that level, even with other things added. 25 tons per hectare, others have got 30 tons per hectare, and then even 40 tons per hectare. So if you have 1 hectare that you are cropping the cassava, and then Auntie Mansa didn't add anything. She had 5 tons, 5 kg. And then Auntie Equia added all that is needed. She has 60 tons. Who will get the profit? More profit than his or her neighbor. Auntie Equia. So we are saying that there are varieties, improved genotypes there that you need to acquire, or even if it means go and buy, take money and go and buy, because it will yield more fruit for you, more tuber for you to sell and get money. Can I say Niomodia Bana yesi a Bobby Brino and Snaho say, oh, maybe a neighbor says, no, ready, Onya Mokan say, and Homaba Kono, Onya Kia Bako, a year would day. Obinya Kia me Mufim. Ain't he a Juman 1 hectare no? Or Doya was so Doya number. Or far by day, or far by day, Mebois. Nantia then the engine I hear far by day. Now would you, when you be I would turn with the Ubenya 5 CDs. No turn it there, Ubenya 20 CDs. Now one conco bis and say, I don't think I won't 20 CDs no, Chilame Quino. Now would your white to say, Sa, near my man, no, Ntisana Mayano. Sa, it's a mupono, as I say it to me, is free. It's him. If you say, a full Jumano, when he say, and you will Juma, woo ya, a disicare bro, my would ya show for. What I'm saying is, the genotypes will give you more yield. So even if you need to pay money to go and buy the genotype. The other diseases that we are talking about may not infest it, and you will have the yield that you need to have. Secondly, when you need to prepare your land. I will leave that to my agronomist to come and do that. But I want to go on and say that after you have prepared the land, you need and planted, you need to feed the cotton that you have put there. Because it doesn't matter if that person is thick tall, if that person is like Goliath, and you don't give it food, it will die. The same thing applies to the cassava cotton that you have put there. A banner will come and say, oh, why would bear my fefe? Me say, I should be our and the bahon yefe. So along the way, say, never make a name time. This is no catcher and son who fed that. As a woman, the DNA. And no dear mom, farmers in person Betty. Last week, I mean, Agric officer be Cassava say, oh, well, a year and I say, they be a man fertilizer city. Oh, say, cassava fertilizer. I am saying, hey, Charlie, don't do that. Oh, penny moon, I work as an name. And so, as I say, woman, Adriani no di, Adriani dear will form her, a do her, but I so no. It is a one Fabian Kahua, or Shawa Naja, or Baye, or Babano Nati Samin say. And so, near or no yet, Sren say on Yano or Ya. Ubeba, ye bunch about Kodawa, at to say. Oh, will be down with me, and I made the main knock around, and I made the Biachram. Bancha ye 2 or banchi, Diaba Kumuno. A best to create any penina. Your woman fufu, I best to create any penina. And no be your person would dear. If it says a wood dear noa, and no a bemusika. A dear nibber fee, in Qualabit near school. Well, one should be. What we are recommending is addition of fertilizer to the soil. The fertilizer we have, let me go a bit into the chemical aspect. Why? Inorganic and organic. NPK, My name Obiani. Good. We all know NPK. We all know urea. They are chemical fertilizers. And then we have organic. Pacho, everybody knows organic. Good. The compost, the poultry manure, the whatever. We have the green manure. Green manure, need to say, beans, fono, woodria, and also one idea or tree edeba. Na niami sisudiane say, Banchini here 3 major nutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But it needs more of the potassium than the phosphorus and then the nitrogen. The nitrogen will help with the growth of your plant. The phosphorus will also give it vigor. But it is because it is a root crop. It has starch. It has a lot of water. The potassium will come and then will come and do that work for you. Protect the cassava for it to yield more for you. So, some of the recommendation that IAEA has given out, they have tried and tested over the African region. And that is what we also tried and tested from about 2 years ago, last year, and presently we are doing demonstration on that. And that is what we are coming to sell to you. Their application rate is a minimum of the nitrogen, less of the phosphorus, and then more of the potassium. So if we are trying to make a ratio out of it, we will say 3, 1, maybe 4. A ratio 3:1:4. NPK. Niame can say, Edrani no na ye can munina munim NPK. I know they wish him for Bunsamanum Kra, Winim NPK Mbwa. What he has so good. NPK no, any regional hormone nitrogen. It is say, Wawa Kalana woman and lactogen. Lactogen no so ya wabra dema. Open me with dear a bear and some fufu baby. Woo here fufu. And now, ya wa phosphorus, or no so when the juma oye. And ya wa potassium. They say, banchino, ye dika can say, or bako from no. Oh, here potassium no do draw. Which one so which was so woman so pa Nina and regulating no. That's how potassium means so no. Ye wo who do me be a wa baako wa or no the osho wedding baako so wa or no or na wako nsuo no mu kakra e no baako so wa ono so ono de nsuo no mu anoti na de owo nsuo no no ono e na ya plant no na say banchino utumi etwe na odiye ne ho yi enti ye ka say fertilizer there you fi wadwen mu say banchi ye ma ne fertilizer wo yesa na wo kunu obebo fia not the amount wo nye sika. And no a chemical fertilizer and I'm going to talk about the organic. The organic one is the compost. Then the poultry manure, and then cow dung, and then straw. What do you know? If you say when we are now what the share from you are not to be. Banchin tentin no so adibi entis manensan enko asase no mu no nye ne yie. Climate change na ye ka no Say yanhwe yi a obeba be fa ye mpase. Efi say near ma ye no eno na emma climate change na ye kese pa. But say you to me ehwehwe enema ni titru ni agriculture. You to me hwe ni yie. Ya hwehwe ni nyina yie dia. Ye bi to me enya aye adoye banchi. Ya sase no ensay if it's organic matter na compost ne na sefon ono oba obeya sase ne yi na wasan ama banchi na duane it is a wo de no ka ho a nature say wo ya sase ne yi no na wo ye den wo frusu yi na wo ye sikanso ewo botom na nkwala nso etumi kosu school say makasa a chedodo mo fa ncheme. But what I was saying is that when you do the integrated fertility where you add the organic matter or the compost together with the chemical fertilizer, the yield, what we did, the yield was higher than the chemical alone. And what the organic matter does is it prepares the soil. If the soil is it's very sandy, at least it will bind the pests together. If it is sticky like a clay one, it will open up for air to go in. As I said, that the soil need aeration or need air. So I think I will stop here and allow my colleagues to also come in. When you have questions, you ask. So Bibi Chirwaju, me the manusi. Me colleagues no so ebeka bi se bibi kire wadwen efa ne amakan ho a edu question time na we bisa me da mo se
ago munya me mama kwaba any ya ka say innovative development in cassava cultivation. Farmers didn't tell you cassava and fasunti you cassava. Now me colleague ne cassano or say cassava if you Brazil ne Ghana. When you in field do a Ghana edi 400 years. Until 400 years ago in a cassava Ghana. Now first time a Ghana no Brazil for Portuguese for no and the buy. Omono one say those days no. So benya bibi to say bibi aya packaging or bottle no enye common because na processing industry in your endorse inti aduane a omo a processing endorse inti normally no nipa it depending on their odua otupani wedi inti cassava no na ye bibi to say a food security crop say ebia da drought bi beba insu antwa na aduane kofoma omu depending on the cassava no omu di feed this slave now omu di call Europe cotton and no omu su di bi. It is the main purpose of cassava near Ghana no na for feeding of the slave. But you see no evolve up to now. You see how we do cassava wa no the reason we do cassava is open for so. And but still you sure ebimu you will be a friend of subsistence agriculture. Ebimu edu cassava ni say oh maybe me yi juma kakra say pay ni check kakra na say you me ko to bank bi me de bafia me busu afo betumi de yi dwane eboa e supporting ti and also enhance food security. But see no say you na ya gia to say enfaso nti yi dua cassava dia and you were two main thing say ni kon ho. One, adina banking planting material no the source of the planting material. Into planting material no upe planting material no ode koye agbelema and now pay the edu fufu and now pay the yedi starch and now pay the yedi gari any the and alcohol ni na no it depending on your objective say na you can you say wow your family bia no security your oko udua bancha e ho fa so ntia yedua bancha no nti oko dua bancha obia unso bi dua banchi bi aboka kraka pa afu kwaji bi dua no udu fufu kran yeye unso adun so abo e field ne so afedi ubo na be yoka because if bia na e for insa omudi yensa nti unso wan bi simple nti sisi no before obeko into cassava production Number one, your planting material. We be using to see scientists be braba. We say Portuguese food they buy you. Purpose on the bar no. Say ya trust our purpose. Say na ya commercialization. Na ya koja to say ye ni journey nya faso also. Inti you do sa purpose no. Science in so develop to the sense say your Agric exchanging agents. You must say be a question be you to me some. Into your farmer na per se udua bibia utumi kono so pese me dua ban. We ne be ma paso obi bisa se ban chi no udua ye den. Obi o pese o de yensa. Obi o pese o de ya agbelema. Obi o pese o de come market no omoto no mu de fufu. Into the first question obi bisa say me pese me ye ban chi farmer. Den tia me ye ban chi farmer. Ebia we bisa ho. And our cost start we make a crowd obey 20 acres. But planting material no be alco Mr. Kofiwa no kucha kakra. Mr. Kofi Banchi no so unim a boy say a starch and I say you unim why you so kakra to go so co o farmer a mixture of when yes a boy also 12 by 12 or we say 12 by 12 go 2,000. Now why the 1,000 be now go 2. And no crown no say no nature say aye yama you. Because first, not 12 by 12, now 400. Now, see, COVID near they buy and which they farmers 90 say price na cost ramamu. But and also a for some. And then number 2, be a friend cultural practices. And then another sister Nekano. Cultural practices into your planting material and cultural practices. Only see the most important aspect of your cultural practices now. I know can say, oh baby. Na so one man in fufu so na yes o ye man fufu obi di fufu na so onyi a onyi ye nti enu fufu o the man at the right time na later man fufu na bon se no onyi kama na ibo ha betu e be se o banchi di udua o bibia eyeye udua ni anytime obi anso a eyeye asin kire se obo so obi o ha dry season aba na afi na o tu form nsu na ta etwem at least oh, Gianni Sati won sooner and also even though a drought tolerance, no. I think say dry season work was do assassin no could draw banchi. When you almost said the breast and you need to turn out in almost lives but the real SL bono will be to unya san fasuno. It say a yen for profit there and you see you share and win there say ebia ope say unya in proko and akokwa. Untumi nkofa akoko bamba unu ndie sana cassava insoti obi o horaje se o di share forma o de kwada ehunfu anu abedo ho na wa ye no ani se o kwa anu akwatwini wetu banchi nti se ye for profit maximization there. One, the source of your planting material, and yeah so many research the way your banku your friend a tech banchi mutant variety in painful bebrewa hanuma almost develop variety baku Dr. Aminope and me call you almost develop so many varieties obi abana so mepedia eyima starcher obeka so kukudwa we ye was see baku bi ko over almost friend beta carotene cassava no udua na udia so obi enyim na about crowd udia minimize no omudi nutrient bi ahihema ema we ni kra ye clear nti denta udua sa we me de koye gari di anima me nkofa sa variety ni bi nti no o de gari ni come market say gari olunka ye 20 cedis because how do you say bibi kan ho no o de 40 cedis kra na nipa ni ba na obisa say obeto nti say no ye pesi ya brabo na ye farmers but ye pesi e be koso ye farmer te say tete farmers na ukotu ba obi ba cross 12 by 12 or 6,000 oh de mami ma 600 so sha uhiska wife yare school fees utua o mo twum so ko de finance na fabra sisi anu ye farmers no ye mududu sen eni ya bank na ya do no ye kutu ni akase ye de ye gari ye de ye agbelema ananya ye na so obi na beto na oye no ono akonya ho mfaso bebre nti obi bi ye friend no vertical integration no we farmer any ebia buyer me buyer any consumer ina ye ejuma together and you will be to say horizontal integration no we farmer we do banchi we go to banchi we dey your gari why your gari no packaging the kama we dey commerce supermarket we sha sa banchi na obi ba beton 12 by 12,000 the same banchi na obi to no obi to me nya be 20,000 Nti obi bi a friend value addition. Nti we farmer no say no yen ma ya adwene ko into value addition. Say adna media no a raw material. With your raw material, me raw material will be better no alcohol process no nya ho so. Then I mean to me aye me di be ya ebema me faso no aye double ebe kosra ebema ya brabo any me school fees ne me to me aye dwo obo so betumi any ska kra betumi ato plane na dia is spring or farm time no so we go to plane one bowl spray we are packing plane obi bo ka si farm away moyen kusua no but me na yes as simple knowledge na ye here no nti tete no na sa nyama ni ni ho but say no technology aba ibitumi aye nyama bebre with what we have uko YouTube uko Google nyama bebre ubenya access to so many processing plant ni adia you yourself ubitumi aye processing or garage ubi outside the market nti me nkasa bebre me di besi ya no na mama binya no so akasa.
Next speaker, Dr. Wanda Lupeku. Yeah, you just give us your insight into the good agronomic practices in cassava cultivation. Thank you.
Yo. Ago. Manfo Munfrey. Munfrey. Yo. Let me say, Nye kasa afa wono mini mini Joe odame ye kasa afa wono ase ye nua no ma mudi kan kasa e no topic no eben kakra nti I say galamse amna anka mo ye didi aba ya amna but nti yesu ye beka kakra afa ho na aboa ye nyina farming anase ekuaye eye ejuma eye tititititi ejuma the oldest profession on earth na uya mfaso awum it is very profitable but to me ama woni so achiu so wanye nyema bi here it can also make you financially or economically paralyzed or dizzy if you don't do certain things right. Inti nyaya cassava ho about good agronomic or agricultural practices in cassava production. A series and sequence of events or activities or decisions that you have to follow when you are going into cassava cultivation. I think the reason why people go into business is to make profit. Meaning say obi wo ho anma na dwemu da ho obekọ akoye adwuma bi se me ye adwuma we me bo metimpo aye adwuma we se na meboka obi ani ho sa so obi ho sa na ye se ni wires na wo soro ho no bia ho atochima so there is a rising concern about environmental conservation because of the effects of climate change. Ya bo ho da wura aka say ewiemu ya sesa nti ewo ekwan a say ye edwuma e betumi preserve the or conserve the environment as well. Now, because the first step to following good agronomic or agricultural practices is to eschew selfishness. And say, Pesamin kunya subain and say we through wakwam. Because idea we are forming. A phone you dear. But the environment is not for you alone. A year kuku dear, a year kwesi dear, a yama dear, yenina a yenya idea. But a phone a woo yeno. A woo phone. But the environment is not for you. Until a dear we are phone. And they say, Emma and Nikoha ubi for example, when you say fertilizer, Emma yield no buy a dozen no work or talk fertilizer kutuku ako gu a nasi bunch nasi chum. Say me pay yield a was. But we say who follow recommendations, accepted recommendations are ubiaja to me say we and na ebeboa. But one even one decline crampo and soil testing. And who say dear me di go I say the nutrients and biani say then do was a cinema dana a be nimo say be woman and I say because of your selfish interest. Now we fertilizer no alichi ako underground water contaminate. Now obi for our baby no so anya so asuboni. So nyama be say me titi eniso kakra mini ajo will go into details. No wa church remo. From site selection, say na ube chusu ube bia ube do would not buy no cassava. And yes, oh sorry, who say we say do cassava and for so no kwa two and say no was I say a true second would do. And then the land preparation say na acquire ube faso. Was see was I see and sana wado. The planting udriano saying na say udriano. So udriana so what fa ubia onim a bunch dria because he say I not for normal page ma. They don't want hard labor. And so when nim na so musunka na ko fa ubia on onim banchidua obedane ne nini na aba obi mu ye misa omu free baby by me say omu kodua mame me call for the one oh the mo say mo wie adwuma no ye kwai no na nye easy so you're planting your fertilizer application say na obe udi in an indrobegu asie, and then weed and pest and disease control. One almost say bunch no say na ube a quite ube fast ube control room and ube see or more equine ube can in na pesticide application. Say na udi drone udi AC one more anon a quite ube fast or aye a bit more. Or say me mix it systemic chemical and then the contact no or missy nina na o missy we no or person who say na no she efa na or test we dey can papa it is not an acceptable way of doing things. And then the harvesting. The kwa obefa so harvesting o cassava no utu ni sen tambe na say utu. And then the marketing the kwa be na obefa so aton o cassava no asa na obekọ no obekọ kodo no say hu bebi a obeton cassava no asa na what to anamo say uko akodua ubanchi. Nti baby I me do ni me hande we no ama Madam Fojo na traso.
You, Dr. Wanda Medasi Bebre, and I want to thank the organizers of this important symposium and then the celebration of this important crop. I'm Joseph Odame, the District Director of Agric, Ewutu Senya. Please, first and foremost, let me acknowledge the presence of my farmers. You know, as for the Department of Agric, we don't joke with our farmers. So, that is a way of greetings to our farmers and to say that without the farmers, we will go hungry. Without the farmers, we will starve. So I echo to my farmers. I still want to acknowledge my farmers, especially the award winners. I know I've seen about 4 award winners here. We have district best farmers. Mr. Mante is one of our best farmers at the district level. Mr. Samuel Annan, who is also the Central Region Apex Farmers Association, the chairman. So, Mr. Samuel Annan, you are welcome. And Mr. Asase, who has ever won the regional best cassava farmer, and also the overall district best farmer, Mr. Asase. When we want to talk about cassava, is an authority in cassava production. The last, Mr. Emmanuel Obin. Mr. Emmanuel Obin is a professional teacher, but he sees that Agric or farming gives him more money than even the teaching profession. Mr. Obin has ever won overall district best farmer, and then a national award winner, and then a regional best farmer. So I always say that I appreciate my farmers. So Kiafo Yamomaiko in some American nano meka edi aboma baso se nanka yenyamwa fiti omampen to yenuma ye pra from yenyanka kombedien nti yedama asi bebre adwuma mu ye no eso ye nipa nti munkoso na ena dwumadie no meba no enya me nkwa na me baaye me district agric officers eka me ho me extension officers eka me ho nti Mr. Kwao, let's see you, an extension officer, and then Mr. Stephen Pratt, also an extension officer. So they are hardworking. You know now, our extension officers, hey, Madam Lydia, sorry, because you'll be going out by next year. I've started forgetting about you, but that's not the best. So Madam Lydia Inkum is also an extension officer, will retire by next year. And then my district crop officer is here, Madam Sandra Lamte. She's the crops officer. And then my friend and then next door neighbor, who is also a district director of Agric, of Aguna East, is Mr. Kenneth Oforidiodu. Yes. So we are fully represented. The Department of Agric and farmers are fully represented. We also appreciate the fact that we also appreciate the fact that cassava, when we want to talk about cassava in Ghana, Wutu Senya is a place to be, because I think that's the more reason why they came up with the Ayensu starch factory in terms of where they cited it. That's the President's Special Initiative. And then the citing of this has to go through, we are dealing with scientists here, so there's feasibility studies and all the likes. So I think through their own wisdom, they saw that cassava thrives very well in the district. And you know, the American say, "Omanye boni so mudi ayensu starch factory be see ha, and omudi other factories be see ha." Esan say, "Yen ayewo Wutu Senya district, e bani banchi yomwa ye ya adie pa anami boa." Inti akwa yese nyama baku mienu bi ena anko yie na ayese factory na ewomwa na akọ down, but still yeguso ko ebinum free chichi eba befa banchi every district ni mu mumami tizi mo adwen kakra titi no mu kan asem bi se nanka sa bebe wudi a se abebe wudi anka den koko enwu yegidi se adentina mpanfo kan sa good. In the olden days, our forefathers used to say that for a palm tree to die, then rather cocoa tree should rather die. I think it was because of the numerous benefits that they get from cocoa and the palm. As of those days, they know they can prepare their soup, they know they can get the akokunu, oil, mre, everything. And above all, our local wine that we get from the palm tree. So they have this idea that for that palm tree to die, then why not cocoa? Then rather cocoa should die. I think it was based on utilization, their idea on utilization. But now, because of technology, we've seen that even we can get more and more from cassava. So I think the theme for this celebration is very appropriate. Cassava, Ghana's golden root for economic transformation. And you know, Ghana is being faced with economic challenges, and we are at the crossroad to transform Ghana. What do? I think in the 1980s, when Ghana went through similar challenges, it was through cassava that we came back to our normalcy. Because all our crops failed, but cassava did very well around that period. Economic transformation. IMF is asking us to channel major of our resources into agriculture. And now, through the assistance of Gaec-Bnari, they've seen that hope in this wonderful crop. When we want to talk about good agricultural practice, the first to consider is site selection. And I know our farmers are now, they are very knowledgeable to know that this land will be very good for cassava production. And I know none of my farmers here will go to a waterlogged area and plant cassava. Near me, Bisani said, Muamudia Banchuano, Mumusen, and now Beun said, aha, afro, and answer will be and sutai, ye diabanchua, or mutumit diabanchua. Yes. So that tells you the level of knowledge that our farmers have, and that there are just few in that agronomic practices that we are facing challenges with. So I will jump those ones that other panelists have mentioned, and then mention those ones that we have serious challenges, so that we, all of us here, can look at the way forward and then provide solutions to these challenges. Nyanum de mi kan say me mama no me papa nom ye kwiafo. Ye hwa nyama bi wo ho a ekwan a ye fa so Dr. Wonder kan ye kan good agricultural practices and I say good agronomic practices. Eye nia e wo say ye se ne be ya ye bunch na ye dua no e betumi aboyi aman se de be a ye betumi nya sika bebre a niama mpo a ye no ha yankasa ye hu and I say the climate or environment that we work in. Inti Osha Obi sorry no akofa, especially when they want to. I will first talk about weed control. Weed control. People use all manner of chemicals to control weeds in cassava farms. But there are times, because of the root nature and applying cassava directly to the soil, always have adverse effects and residual effects on the crop. Recently, a friend shipped a container full of yam to US, and through some how do we put it, when it goes to the airport analysis, they saw that there are some residual effects in the yam, so they have to ship it back to Ghana. How many of us buy cassava in the farm and take that cassava through that vigorous analysis? None of us do that. So do we know what we are consuming? I was happy when Dr. Wonder mentioned that if you want to practice good agricultural practices, you shouldn't be selfish. Don't let us look at how much we want to get. And me and scanner pese enyano. Okay, fertilizer. No akofa fertilizer full. Now they are shares here. Eye nipa da seni na be di sa banche no. Nti edi wi a eden bi on we dey wenya osika na awie. Nti nia ebesi dia wo dia nka mfa wo ho. I want all of us to think through and to look at how best we tackle the issue of weed control in cassava production. It's a big challenge. You know, we have selective weedicide for maize, but I don't think we have selective weedicide for cassava. We have it in other countries. I've read about it. And even in Ghana, you can apply something like Gallant, which will kill the shrubs. It will kill the shrubs, but will not kill the cassava. But you know, Gallant is very expensive. And how many farmers will be able to use Gallant to control weeds in their cassava farm? So certainly it will give you high cost of operation. Inti the me can say kwiafo ade ba ko e hayen pa ye e kwan a ye be fa so a ye be do e wo ye banchim, and they say ade bi aba e friend we decide. But now what farmers are practicing is for them to use contact weedicide or systemic weedicide to control in cassava production, control weeds in cassava production, which to me is not the best. I will challenge our scientists. This morning I spoke to Dr. Godwin, and I like the way the conversation went, meaning from here, something better will come out of this symposium. And I'm very appreciative of this whole week celebration. Yakobo glyphosate. We apply glyphosate, we apply atrazine, we apply all manner of chemicals, and then the residual effect, it's what I'm looking at. Because when we want to talk about good agricultural practice, you have to look at the adverse effects on human and then the environment. So what's the way forward from here? At this juncture, I want to prefer that let our land preparation be the most important throughout that series of agronomic practices. Once you prepare your land very well, maybe you do only one manual weeding, and then the canopies will form, which will suppress weed growth. And then the coping strategy that I've seen farmers using is that they normally cut their sticks at longer length, such that once it sprouts, it will shoot at a faster pace than the weeds. And you know the challenges that comes out of using longer sticks. There will be scarcity of planting material, which we are currently facing. So I'm now moving from land preparation. And the next big challenge that we are facing in the agronomic practices is the selection or acquisition of planting materials. Now, getting cassava planting material is very difficult. So I want to acknowledge at this juncture although she is not here, our honorable MP, who is also streaming and watching. She would have loved to be here with us. MP for Ewutu Senya West, Mrs. Honorable Gisela Tete Agbotui, because of the challenges that we are facing with scarcity of planting material, has promised to sponsor or to help the Department of Agric to establish about 9 multiplication sites for the Department of Agric and then for farmers. So I think she needs an applause from all of us here. So our honorable MP also has Agric at heart and very passionate about cassava. She sometimes calls me around 10 p.m., 11, for us to discuss about agriculture. Even at a point in time when farmers were faced with high cost of fertilizers, she called and asked, Director, what are we going to do about this high cost of fertilizers? I said the way to go is to train farmers to prepare their own organic liquid fertilizer. So we are currently training farmers on the production of organic fertilizers. I think if everyone has this passion for Agric, certainly Agric will thrive very, very well in Ghana. I was happy when Madam mentioned, our first panel member mentioned that cassava, I read about it, that cassava gives us the highest in terms of agricultural GDP. It gives us more than that of cocoa. If we all know this, what are we doing to make sure that we move a further step ahead of what we are currently, the level that we are now? We have to step up our game. And how do we do that? We have to strengthen the challenges, make sure we find solutions to all the bottlenecks in the agronomic practices, and to make sure that the needed yield, what certain countries are getting 70, 40-something tons per hectare, we are making 20, 21, 25. To me, it's not the best. So planting material is another challenge. I thought this challenge is only with Ewutu Senya district. So there, over the weekend, I traveled to Koforidua. There is this farming community, Agavenya, after Koforidua. I saw typical farmers who are also planting cassava. And I moved close to them to find out whether I can get some of the planting material. They said, no, we are also facing the same challenges. So even if you beg, they can only give you 2 sticks. Okay, I'm person me bisa se banchi biano se mu pebie dua munyana. So it's not the director of Agric who is saying this. Even if you have your money, it's difficult to get the planting material. Yes. So it still goes back to our researchers to assist farmers, to assist the Department of Agric to get high-yielding varieties to plant. That's not to say we've not received any planting material from our researchers before. We know they are trying their best. But you know, sometimes when we receive this planting material, over some period of time, it disintegrates. So the good qualities that you have to get from those cassava varieties, dog say a friend saying, genotype, dog, with your permission, as for today, allow us to use the variety. And then we will retune our minds to this genotype thing. So I must confess that we need a great service from our researchers to help us to get high-yielding, disease-resistant, drought-resistant varieties, and to make sure that farmers will really increase their income levels. The next one, I know there is a panel member who will talk about that, but it's about diseases, disease control. Majority of the planting material that is circulating around nationwide is disease infested. So how do we separate the diseases from the planting materials? It's another major task that we have to look at. As for the farmers, that one, I must confess that it's difficult for the farmers to identify diseases in their cassava farms. So, huani se we dia obanchi, ebi wo ha na aban na anu no aye yellow, ebi wo nso ana dot sisi so. Osi o ebia ewia na ebododo ana se yi. Anso ni nyina yare a ewo banchi a aba banchi nim. Esan se banchi bia na wudua no, we dua fiti time a ayensu start baaye a ye ma binum madumako Omugusudia, the same variety. Since 2002. Since 2002, some of the farmers are still holding on to the same variety of planting material. So it has disintegrated. So it has called for lots of diseases. How do we treat that? We leave that to our researchers. So I'm very, very happy for this kind of symposium. And I know that from here, some of these challenges that we've mentioned will be addressed by our researchers. And this kind of collaboration should be enforced. If it is quarterly, I know there are challenges ahead, especially when it comes to the financials. Financials to organize some of these meetings is not a small thing. But once we know that this same crop is Ghana's golden root, the goal that we have is being faced with galamsey issues. So our next goal is what? Cassava. So let's start from today. Let's start from today. Ayensu starch is facing lots of challenges because they are not getting raw materials. And I know not that when they produce, they are not getting buyers. There is this Chinese paper manufacturing company on the Winneba Cape Coast Road. They're always ready to take it. They are the off-takers to take those things, the starch from Ayensu starch. But because they are not getting the raw materials, it's sometimes difficult to even on your machine. You know, there is the cost element that you have to pay, whether you grind or you mill 1 ton or 20 tons or 30 tons. So when you look at the cost analysis, it's not the best for you to mill 1 ton, and that's it. Nti enuanum de mi san kan say ye banchi dua na ye dua no ye ni mpanfo e ba be ye nhihye pa bi no mo atumi ama ye banchi dua nia ebo yie nia yare entan chiche no se na ebe ya ye titi na edoso a ni atumi atwitwa bia ama mo na mo banchi dada no mo atumi ayi free system nim. Doc moderator, I still want to go ahead and talk about planting material. The next is the multiple names that we are being faced with, especially with regards to a particular variety. Once it moves out from Mewutu Senya, it gets to another community, and then they give it another name. How are we resolving those challenges? When you Google in certain countries, that how many varieties do they have in a particular region or in nation or country, they will mention, let's say, 4 or 5. But I can mention, with your permission, Doc, Ghana has more than 90 varieties, and I think they are still counting on. Nti banchi a ye be frɛ no madumako e wo bodwe ase no sɛ enye twem ekopie wa ada esopɛ ni ato ne din fufuro. That's another challenge that we are being faced with. So last week when I was in Koforidua, they mentioned different funny names of cassava. Yeah, with certain name. Minaya, Ankra, Mamiya, Mamiakun. Oh, so I asked myself, why do we have so many names of cassava varieties in Ghana. If we want to get the best from cassava, then I think we have to streamline the naming of certain varieties. Mr. Obin, Ubanchi na wo from your friend is saying, Obeka light pole. But who the other light pole ni then? Good. So you see, as for Sika Banchima, it was through the Department of Agric that we multiplied and gave it supply to farmers. But I know some of their relatives will come to them, pick certain sticks and send it to another community, and then they will use their own name after those varieties at the expense of the researchers or the breeders who work tirelessly on those varieties. Meanwhile, farmers are not breeders, but they are using their names on certain varieties. Inti me sremo wa obekwa akofa banchi wo baby me mama no me papa nom audi wa audi bekwa akoto so no se Dr. Wonderba, Dr. Godwin ba no be hu se ni banchi e na audi odi atu so a obetun di wa kokot. So the patent rights on cassava varieties should be strengthened. That's how I see it. The last that I want to talk about are twofold. Harvesting. As for harvesting, the challenge that we have is during the dry season. It's very, very difficult to harvest during the dry season. And for that matter, that is where I call it the politics of cassava. That is where you see farmers now giving outrageous prices of their gari, their cassava, because that is the time that cassava doubles. Prices doubles around that period. And sometimes it comes to stay, especially during the COVID time, because people had to undergo lockdown. Everybody was just moving to get some food to store, especially gari. And then people took advantage to increase the price. And ever since, it's difficult. Last 2 weeks, I sent an officer to get me a bag of gari. And then one olonka is about 2 kg or 2.5 kg, was selling around 20 cedis. And this week, gari is now selling around 25 cedis in my district. If you cross to Cape Coast, the same quantity is selling at 35. So what's happening? Even if we are in the rainy season and gari is selling around that prices, then what will happen in the next minor season or in the next dry season? As for marketing, I must say we don't have problem with marketing. But let me ask the authorities. Yes. Now even the processors are looking for cassava and they are not getting it. So processors around the Wutu are now traveling as far as to Begro area to go and look for cassava to process into gari and then cassava dough. So there is this call for us to step up our game and to make sure that we increase the acreages that we are producing. Ye nuanom, ye maminom, ye papanom. He say banchi muni mbe ya adwin say banchi no kra opa bia unya. ana amunya omunya nti ya infa na mukotobi. Yes. So farmers are here saying that some even travel as far as to the north to get cassava to buy. But the theme, cassava, Ghana's golden roots. If we are looking for the roots and we are not getting, what do you have to do? You have to increase the acreages. You say, wow, you 1 acre, no, I have 5 acres. You say, Krampono, because of scarcity of personnel or extension agents, we now want to channel our energy to those who are producing more. We want to support those people in terms of free technical advice to produce more. And those who want to produce 1 acre, half acre, I think they should produce to feed their families. It's a little bit controversial, but if we want to make any headway in Agric, that's the way to go. Let's focus on those who can produce 100 acres, 50 acres, and the rest. Nti mo wa asase a mo pese mo ye banch no, maybe from here mo ma yendi nsawoso ne enhwe kwan a ye nyina ye betumi anya banch ne bi ne atumi edi ama because ende enkomo amene Dr. Godwin di ye no ombe bakra no ma san ba be kire ye ekwan be ye bedua banch no 1 node. So when we want to plant, we first and foremost have to use the 1 node cutting so that we will get more out of the little planting material that is at stake. I think I want to end my submission here and then give it out to the next panel member to also, because I know time is not on our side. It's past midday. So thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Yadawasi Bebre, one of them, the Americans are one of them. The next speaker, Ebiti Dr. Sarkodie. The person can say, Banchino, Udi, Nuani Nash, Showman fertilizer, we now one he Nasa Yare, any Ibemoha, Ubelusu Banchini. Jumawa Yesika, the Akushimina, Ebeko, and Dr. Sarkodie.
Thank you very much, Doc. I think yes, I've spoken extensively on different aspects of cassava production in the country, and I'm going to be brief on cassava diseases and their control. There is a lady at my workplace who doesn't want me in her field because she feels I will bring in diseases. So anytime I go to her field, I try to examine the plants to find out whether there is a diseased plant in there. So she has tagged me with that I always bring diseases to her field. Yeah, this is a very important aspect of cassava production, that is crop protection. But unfortunately, it has been ignored. Majority of farmers, especially cassava farmers, do not control diseases on their fields. And that's the reason, or part of the reason we are having very low yields compared to other places where crop protection is of paramount importance. When my friend was speaking, he happens to be my schoolmate, and we are meeting for the first time in 26 years. He couldn't recognize me, but he will pay for that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a Pokuwari school. Yeah, the only school in, yeah. Yeah, when my friend was speaking, he made mention of the fact that most of the farmers are not able to identify plant diseases on their fields. I would have wished we had some projections where I can show pictures of some of the diseases, but next time when we are coming, we even bring in live plant material so we can show farmers what to do when they visit their farm for disease inspection. Now, when we say a plant is diseased, what does it mean? Anything that prevents a plant from growing normally and producing the required yield is what we say the plant is what? Diseased. Nyamika nyinani say, eye yaria eye banchi. Usha abibimo hano, enya dia yesheda eye adwin say yebetu ase. Anase yebeso anu. Baby no omu eso anu nti omu yield no omu nya no eye bebre. Ye de no eye kakra bi. We say yare nipa kra say yare ba omu a untimi nyiye. Sana banchi nsoti. Se banchi yare a untimi nyiye. Na bra madam fu eka say o kan bibi say farmers no eye omudu omafu ma de ma onu se ombehu se cassava we banchi we yare anase enyare. Enitime ma shebo se ada ebebe biemu no ebe yi mfonini ewo dan ho anase ye de banchi na ayare ni bi ebeba se de ebe ya obi abehu se mi hu sa de wo omafu ma ede na wo se meye se mi hu we ya ede na wo se meye. Now I will say that plant diseases are caused by two main factors. We have the biotic and the abiotic. The abiotic ones are those that are caused by external factors like nutritional deficiencies. You can have salt injury or even soil compaction. And the other one, which is the biotic, is caused by some tiny organisms. We call them pathogens. Nyamika nyane se eye yare a eye banchi no eye niema mienu ebi wo ha enye abo bia na de yare ne ba na mom se wasase no a wo de banchi no sisu no se de mini aba ka aduane nim potassium ni nyina asa phosphorus na asa nitrogen na asa nti osi ho a no aye titi anani ni abi osi ba bia ye tintintintin eno eye nutritional deficiency. Ena baby wo so a enchene e wo asase nim. Ti so do banchi si wa na enchene no we ni kakran. Entimi nyini. Ena asase bi wo so a edene ne se asase edin a enframa nkom. Emo na omu ewo ma e wo so mu efutu asase man enframa kom no. Omu so nya enframa home omawu. Enti do banchi si wa entimi nyini. Na the other group no I from biotic factors no eye emo bi a omo ye nketenkete ebi ye virus ebi ye bacteria ebi ye fungus na mesremu sa bacteria and fungus no mintimi enka ne twi nti ye mfa ne sa yeah na ansana sa emo we mu ebetimi ama yare wo obanchi so no ene ma miensa obanchi no the cassava must be susceptible before a disease can develop on your field. The cassava variety must be susceptible. And then the pathogen must be virulent. It means it should be able to overcome the immune system of the plant. And then there should be a suitable environment. That is why when my colleagues were talking about planting material, they mentioned disease-free planting materials or using of what? Resistant cassava varieties or cultivars. As for the pathogen, you can't do anything about it. It is virulent. But your cassava variety that you are planting, whether resistant or susceptible, will determine whether you have a disease or not. In your agronomic practices, Ubua unkonene fu kuha when your farm is weedy, what it means is that there's going to be retention of moisture. Because from and so I have so no abandono awo. What it means that you are able to open so no de nini. Na said the one more for free na ye na so kakra petia na so na time no. E be de na fu no ma wo. Nti se sa abo no wura wo fu mu pe no huri so banche so anye. There's no limit. Because na where the banche ni na was saying. Nti e was say ehwe ni ye. Pathogen de untimi nya na hwe or the pathogen is virulent. It is disease-causing organism. You can't do anything about it. But you can plant resistant variety. You can create unsuitable environment for the pathogen so that you have your field free of diseases. Now, ansani ebeba banchi cassava yari aye banchi no me pese me ka enema enumbi nikasi yemu ne friend disease cycle. Said the yari no esi eba. We have inoculation. That is when the pathogen is introduced into the plant. And then we have infection, penetration. That is when the pathogen enters the plant. We have infection. That is when it moves to the tissue or the cell. And then we have incubation. That is when it rests and does all the necessary things to be able to launch an attack. And then we have reproduction. It will continue to grow on your field. Now, these things are very, very important. That is the reason for the first point, inoculation. When we are bringing planting materials, make sure they are harvested from disease-free fields. Because what the eba foam, inti wasa o hwese banchi na ode ba no, na ha ban emmoamoaye. Na bibibia ntotu aho. Na ha ban be bia tokro nima ewu. Make sure say stick na obetwa no. Tell the ball foam, it is clean and free of such symptoms. Now they are ball foam. So yes, sir, you have prevented what? The introduction of the pathogen to your field. Another one. The penetration. Or abuano ha untimi ura banchi ni mkeke o. Just a twa banchi na ho. Woman banchi no ekuro. No take no room. Then there are some. They enter through natural openings. Udania habana chia ekwan bi da ho efre stomata. Eno na plant no ohome efam. Unya carbon dioxide no the oxygen afa ho. Ehon nso emo anu timi fa ho. No mawura plant nim. Eno untimi nya ho hwe. So avoid introduction of the pathogen to your field. But the second one, the penetration, the second aspect is where you create a wound. It is a old door fuma. Make sure the wound to trabanchino. Especially the ben a form because there are a lot of fungus and bacteria in the soil. So we trap neben form kakra no room. No no. Now I started devastating your field. Until that, make sure that you do the right thing. If you don't do all these things and the pathogen happens to enter your plant, it enters the tissues or the cells. Cells, especially viruses. When you remove we are not this is a plant. No, send it here. It does so be too natural. And I say, "Obamene no so far normal baby kakra on their coffee." That is how it is. Now, incubation period is very, very important. That is the time when the infection is latent. The cassava plant has the disease, but nothing shows on it that it is diseased. So you go there, you cut the sticks, you bring to your field, you come and plant, it sprouts disease. So you have to make sure when you are harvesting your planting materials, cut far away from diseased fields. So you could try close to it. Excuse me, I say HIV is a person's system. It takes time for the AIDS to show. During that period, the person it looks like any other person, very healthy, but the virus is there. That is the situation here. Banchine yari, and so yari ni shenimu impie Now said cut your planting materials far away from diseased fields. So I see myself now who are in bioma called Adraman sound far away. Then go and cut your planting materials and bring to your field. That is it. And the last one, which is the reproduction, is when the pathogen reproduces. Almost as I said, it will multiply. The more I multiply, maybe if you plant now, what do buy him? No, now we swap him, now we are not just and one. Now, a quite almost fast to spread on a be from a be a Osikaya, or the dog, what trawi, or arena, the Akutawi, or many disease. If you also a monkey and kitty insects, I freebie white flies, if freebie aphids. Someone more bunch and papa Okuma, would they bunch in each other, a monkey and kitty fita be brave. O bunch in each. Omuni woko. Omu transmit ya omu chicha ya they are vectors. So they transmit the disease. So when they feed on this plant, it is sick, it is disease, it goes to another one and gives the disease to it. That is how it works. Now, having talked about all this, the farmers here, how important are cassava diseases to you? If you really think they are very important, then you make the necessary effort to control them. What does it do? When your plants are diseased, there is low yield. Therefore, the packet also not going to be. Packet will also, there's low income. Let me patch and say, my yareba of Fuma, a draban intimum boy. Oku two banchi, one you can bottom you know. Any day. Because one show of funny, or my yarabum. Nessa Okotono, so when it does say, who is canning could be beer, intimento. Your income has reduced. If you are to go to your school fees, intimento, your income has reduced. That is one of the effects. And at the same time, we are talking about planting materials, unavailability of planting materials. Diseases are one of they are one of the major causes why planting materials are scarce. Because we cannot stick and say nedaho. Bacterial disease, fungal disease, the sticks are all gone. What are you going to do? You have to scan through the field and take some few healthy ones that you can lay your hands on and go and plant. That is one of the effects. And then food security is also reduced. Because as my brother said, Gary is now very, very expensive. Now if there's no cassava, what do you expect? If there's reduced cassava production, what do you expect? Price of Gary will definitely go up. Now, let me come to your field itself. Cassava has so many diseases, several diseases. If you want to sit here and talk about cassava diseases, you will not live here today. But some are more important than others. So I'm going to focus on just one very, very important disease of cassava. That disease is of viral etiology. What I'm saying is that, and you know, the can say, cassava, yari echinono, a dosu bebre, yakasi eka, adebechi, adebesaniza. Nemum, ebi, ewu hiache ebi. Si yakasi yari ebi hu hiache, se, sa yari ne, edi ewu chen, the other one. So we are going to focus on Baku. It is called cassava mosaic disease. And that cassava mosaic disease, it is caused by a virus. I think if you don't know virus, for the sake of COVID-19, at least we have an idea what a virus is. Fortunately, in humans, we are able to treat viral infections. But plants, there's no treatment. So, cassava mosaic disease, Ebaofoma, said you have to leave it to suffer, to grow, suffer, to yield. So in the end, you go home with very, very little. Now, Ediana Ekoso cassava mosaic disease. We have what we call African cassava mosaic virus. And about couldn't be a count on a friend East African cassava mosaic virus. Now said the didn't channel, we are in fever. The name suggests it is of East African origin. How did it get here? Perhaps somebody might have packeted something and brought it to Ghana. Into Mestre, so when you are you travel outside and you see cassava you want to bring to Ghana, it is allowed, but follow the due process. When you get to the airport, submit it for inspection. You won't go for a training or more airport. A BSF of a plant PPRSD, quarantine officers. They will check and see say cassava now de bano. Bibia pepe and sana ya moadiaba. Nemo in prepino for cassava. You know the sticks are bulky, so we normally transport them in what we call tissue culture. When you come to my place, we have tissue culture facility. There they say, banchinin komono ana yeti kakre bi ne de atotoam. Ne hwe ade bi afre no media. Na media no ete se ye adwuma te se anwea. Eno na be plant no be gina toanim. Na yesadi aduane agum na amano ni akata so ne de ahye air condition mu any light nti e ho no ye make sure say bibia everything is under aseptic condition yare bia bibisa be cause yare bia no na plant na de ba no so we make sure say it is free of the disease nti sa no de se wo de ba enye den ya na wo de aba yetimi de bi ko Vienna ni akoye ho adwuma because what we call mutation breeding, you create varieties. So Dr. Menope has created some cassava mutants. My colleague here is working on some mutants. Now, Nina say, cassava resistant varieties. I the bema akuya for about Buama or mine banchi edumano etumpo. Inti say, ye bracing. Let's say ye any dahonia kofa. Cassava bifi baby ba. Net the area for the kind of one. You bet me, Anna. So we have to make sure that when we are transporting plant materials, especially cassava from other countries, we have to pass it through the due process, get it inspected and certified as this is free before we bring it in. And you know, bet me now they buy borders. Now be a brown for no yarena or different. Because their climate is a bit different from here. You just pick it, you bring. When they are diseased, you introduce the disease also at Bodiasi. And then somebody will come and take it, and the disease will spread. And even within Ghana, when we are transporting planting materials, we have to make sure we do what the due diligence, make sure we transport only disease-free planting materials. Now the African cassava mosaic virus and the East African cassava mosaic virus, they are very, very important diseases of cassava, very devastating. Now in poetry, there is another one called cassava brown streak virus. It is currently in East Africa. It is not yet in Ghana. Now my virologist in say that disease should not come to Ghana. That is my prayer. And we at Atomic are doing our best. We are working with PPRSD and CABI and other organizations to make sure we don't have this cassava brown streak disease in Ghana. What it does is that the leaves are affected, the stems are affected, and the tubers are affected. Uchama are pro. What the better? That is the nature of that cassava disease that we have in East Africa. That is why I was stressing on planting material transport. Let us make sure we do the right thing to save our cassava industry. Now, for the ACMV, when you go to your field, how do you know that my plants are infected with ACMV? You check the leaves. Now, how do I know? You see that They are mosaic patterns, green, some parts yellow, and they are crumpled. They are reduced in size, and your plants are stunted. The American answer says, "Oko fuma." Ubeda no one say, "Sa viral disease ebi oho." Ubeshe ahaban so first. They say, "Usa ahaban baby aye green, baby aye yellow." Na amwamwa. Na ayen kitinkiti. Na o plant na yitititia. Na ni baby aye tintinsi baby. Know that your plant is infected with African cassava mosaic disease. How do you control it? How do you prevent it? One, there are currently some resistant cassava varieties that we can utilize. Now let's plant resistant varieties if they are available. Now when the plant is resistant or tolerant, for instance, it doesn't mean the disease will not come. Some of them, the disease will come. Also, oh my. Now, said the open, obeyamo, kama, now the coffee. They are tolerant varieties. Let us go for them and to maximize our production. Now, if your field is infected, initially, you can do what we call roguing. They are acid, they are procket. Just remove all the infected ones and burn them, bury them deeply. When you do that, because they are transmitted from one plant to the other by insects, when the insects come and there is no disease plant, they can feed all right. That is their food, they have to eat. But once they go to another plant, because they are not carrying the virus, your plants are going to be safe. So that is why we call roguing. But most of the times, it's difficult for farmers to rogue. Because when the 50% are infected, sometimes 70% are infected. So he looks at the plants. Am I going to remove all these plants and destroy them? Why don't I leave it? So that at least if I'm supposed to get 20 tons, I'll get one. And then, so that is one of the challenges. And usually in a patho system where insects are the vectors, the plants become infected before they show symptoms. So what we need to do is that we have to be careful. As soon as a plant becomes infected, let's take it out. Disease two national. They try to say, let us plant disease-free planting materials, and I'll keep stressing. When you plant disease-free planting materials, the virus will come all right, the disease will come, but by the time they come, the plants may have grown. Your baby be mature plant resistance. So by the time they come, the plants are already mature, and they have that kind of mature plant resistance. That is how it is. So I think I will end here, and then I will say that the joy with which we prepare our land plants, let's use the same joy to take care of our plants, do the protection, so that we can smile in the end. Said the enya pepa energy dua yedua yemfasa energy na enhwe se yebesa o mayare na yebe prevent se yare mafonim na se edu otwabre na yeso yasre kakra medamasi.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the diseases and pests. I think you all agree with me that the panelists today have really exhausted the topic, and we need to show our appreciation for their contribution by clapping. Now, okay, Mammy can tree. The numbers are making say, Munina Munibay, say, Oma Betna, Cassava, and I'm so more, or my idea, or some of kind ato yasum. Na near Edru and say, in who say a bre, a transia bre, and say, you three and them cacra, you three and them moon, say a bar, and say, a fin a becker, or we are war as in Bisabiano. And so bit maybe sir. Near Bebe say Yabema, Yakua Fono, a quine, and no maybe sir, nsɛm no bebree ma yɛyia no yɛwie a ansa na obi foforɔ bi wɔ asɛm bi a ɔno nso de aba na yɛbɔbɔ. Now what I'm saying is that we need to take a break to stretch our legs, and when we come back we will enter into the session of questions. We will receive questions and answers, but we will give priority to our farmers. The farmers, now we have our audience, the researchers. So please, this is an opportunity. Get to ask any question that you feel is really worrying you, and the scientists and the other people are here to answer some of your questions. Once again, let us thank all the panelists for the good work that they have done. So we are breaking for only 10 minutes. That is the instructions given to me, that we are breaking for 10 minutes. Simadu, Medamasi.
So welcome back. Welcome back from our moderator has to fly back to Vienna, so we replace our moderator with Dr. Doris Wenchi Mensah, right? Okay, good. And she is right beside me. Shall we give her a round of applause? Lead us in the short time of question and answers. We want it to be very interactive, so we'll go through that quickly, and then we'll come back to the second panel discussion. Thank you. Dr. Doris, your audience. Dr. Doris.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be called upon to lead this session, and I pray it becomes very interactive. All of us are here, and we heard whatever our panelists said, and you agree with me that it was very educative and elaborate. Just as our past moderator said, he said this session we are going to give more priority to our farmers, for them to ask so many questions before other participants. So, without doing much, I would want to start with my own farmers, my own question. And my question will go to the farmers themselves, though they didn't give us any, a talk or something, but I would like to find out whether farmers are ready to pay something for the planting material. If a farmer is ready to start a farm or go into farming, is he or she ready to pay a token for the planting material? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I'm Nisaki Ashigben 31st. Your question is so grateful to me. The elders sometimes told us cheap-sized things are always dangerous. So if really you are a farmer, you want to do the cassava, you must at least buy the material. Then you'll be more interesting than collecting from somebody, and later you go and dump it under the, palm tree and drinking palm wine. Because you don't pay for. So this year they have taken all my planting material. Stealing. But it's not stealing, it's taking. Because we are free for it. And farmer should spread the material, because I know the same Mofa gave us Sika Banchi, Ampong, Brody Banchi, and Banchi Himba. These are recommended planting material which I got with my partner, Mr. Reed, who is here. I bought them. Transportation I paid. But since my production was so good, this year, the boys who went to the harvesting has packed all away. But my wife was so bitterly for, they said stealing. But I said it's not stealing. They took my materials away. But I'm now coming here to get new material, which will be better off than what they have taken. So, me, I am prepared to buy a few and multiply myself. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Samuel Annan. I'm a farmer, and my main aim to start anything, if you are a farmer and you don't get the good seed, forget it. If you want to make a money, you get a very good seeds and then stems for planting. So if you actually have, you plan for it, you budget for the seeds as well as the stems before you go ahead. Because the materials that you are going to pick from your friend's farm, I think it isn't the best at all, because you don't know the source, you don't know the type. They give you any type that they say, oh, this is called this. Doctor, my director, me, I call him Edumura, who said that be sure that you get the good planting seed or stems for the farming. Thank you very much. So we are willing to buy a very good materials if you give us the good materials for our farms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think the farmers will be willing to buy. I certainly will be willing to buy, and I'm sure others will be willing to buy, once they are assured that the material is quality. But you also agree with me that seeing is believing. So if we have demonstration plots where farmers can come and see that this is the output of this particular variety, they will buy into it. So seeing is believing. That is what I'll say. But I'm asking another question. It has to do with some of the submissions that were made. There were talks about agrochemicals and the dangers they pose. There were talks about pathogens and other things. Now, one of the biggest problems, I'm sure all of you, the farmers here would agree with me, is labor. Labor. There is no labor. I'm sure some of you have seen my field. I have paid money and I'm chasing the boys. Now, they've chopped the money and run away. Even last week, I gave them money to weed. Labor. is the biggest problem. I mentioned agrochemicals because of labor, so that you have chemicals that can kill the weeds. You can engage one person, and that will be easier than getting people to weed. Please, how much is a rope now? Is it 90 cedis? Yes. For weeding. For weeding is 50. 50? Whole weeding is 50. No. Cutlass weeding is 40. No. Here is different. Here is 90. 80, 90. Yes, 80, 90. That is what is prevailed. Yes. 12 by 12. 80, 90. Is that not so? Yes. 80, 90 in this area. Yes. 80 cedis, 90 cedis. For one rope. And so if you have, how many ropes make 1 acre? 9, eh? 9. Yes. So for 1 acre, if you want to weed the first time, you pay 90 cedis. Or let's say 80 cedis. And assuming you weed 2 times or 3 times, you are paying 90 times 3, which is 3,600. So labor is our biggest problem. How can you, the scientists, help us? Drought resistance, disease resistance, of course you create canopies to kill what is under and all that, but what else can you do for us? So factor that into your designs and your new specimen, DNA, what they call it now, genotypes that you'll be developing. Thank you.
So please, we'll take 2 other submissions from our madam here, and I saw the crop officer too. Please, do you want to ask a question? Okay, so we'll take the last submission. Okay.
So the planting materials, as farmers, serious agribusiness farmers, agribusiness serious farmer, we are prepared to buy the material. But for multiplication, I think when we get the demonstration plots, it will help. Because I have had the opportunity of working on farmer full school, and then we multiply the cassava material, the sika banchin, the banchin hema. And at the end of the project, we had a lot of planting material. The group were supposed to pick and plant. But I can tell you, about just 50% of the members really picked the materials to plant. The others, they didn't. And we had some of the materials going waste. But now they are confessing. Those who picked just last week said, Madam, hey, banchina mama, banche papa pa, utuba kwa, kantaya yema. Enti se so ya bulema kakre bi ko kaswa market pe wenye ska bebre afa na others na eni abre wo pe bi nso wonya enti sisi ade banchindua no wo ho na yenyim do ya banchidua papa wo boto na wedua sisi banchi osin koko wo kaswa market enti moso me de kakra mutuma akanya na hia na ha wo to do ebien eye weed control no sisi a banchansha I bought on 3 times and sana a fine do a pede or dog or papa mama I bought to me Jan by 8 months 1 year name who there eat to bancha or so some pa into on so say wotum wa ye dwuma kakra wo ho man yanka no so ye nwa beje ho in the dwuma kakra bi so amankasa me ye on fertilization no using organic manure me use quail manure and I made the year banchene bi kakra bi wo ma mi fie na banche a metu no onya agoro nti sisi ana me ka kire doctor dey bi ageda me bom office one ehwe dey bi wubutu wa yedwuma kakra so wo no ho amahya na nko no so menyu abeje nti kakra mo wo kan.
Okay, thank you very much. As I said earlier, I have 2 questions. So the first question was to the farmers, and the second question is to Dr. Minta. Dr. Minta spoke about fertilization in cassava. I know that in maize production, fertilization is in its place. So I would like to find out, in cassava production, is fertilization also in its place, or is just a one of something? Thank you. It's Mami Pada Mekain there. Dr. Minta Kade. It's a fertilization war banchi production. Na say yari e bro efua fertilization no yechichem like yedua some weeks later na yaman edziban kakra yama ebro no edziban kakra another week later na yaman in that order but abro kasa wo banchene zeno wan chere there banchene zeno so ye bechichem anade or ye bibia ye zama na krope once pe na ye wentempede doctor minta okasa kakra wo that's it.
You moderator me that's it. And with the hem fancy for your casa, ye can, ye fanta, not your door, the broth from the mix. No, you would them fancy for your casa. You, Meka, let me start from here. Fertilizers, no. 3 major fertilizers I plant, no. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and then potassium. When you are talking about cassava, also nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Nitrogen, no, and yet split because it has a lot of lost pathways. It is a good soil. No. Now at that time, no plant no in here. One. Say, acidic, alkaline kakra, ammonia boko, or N boko in the form of ammonia. Say, acidic kakra, N will be fixed, not a clay kakra will be fixed there. It will not be available. It will be there, but it will not be available to the plant. And so in su kakra no water lock kakra bi woma. Oh no, denitrification. Enti no do 4 stages. Stage bia wa capacity there. Oma nitrogen oko. Enti when you apply all the nitrogen, the first now 1990. Hey, 15 no. No, edi shawa. Shawa. The first growing season, maybe second week after emergence. Obefa more offer. On to me 590 nina. Into Obefa more offer we are 1 hour canino, they will go west. Since you be talk a whole cramp and not they will increase lost pathways, not also volatilization, denitrification, ammonification, and that bebre. No more nitrous oxide that all cause climate change issues. And when you split it, during the growing stage, you know, now ozirinin. After the 6th or the 7th or 8th week, no, not sure the why exhaust first one may be good, no. So only into ohiabi, then you supply. So you supply the nitrogen as and when it is needed. Otherwise, so the moment you put it there, na plant no ohian at that time now. Nine will go waste. And the plant will not benefit from it. And then you also contaminate the environment. For the P, no, a betum I apply all of them. But I work at and no, why when you are coming again, why don't you split all of them? But for the P and the K, you can apply them first time. But for the N, when you apply them at a goa, you have just wasted fertilizer and then you have polluted the environment. With cassava, also split it's this time Crampo recommendation from IAEA, we can do first when you are planting you can apply. When you are planting and you are applying, especially with the P you can apply all of the P. But with the K, no, so you split it, and then you apply the P and the K and the N to go, and then the second, after 3 months, no, then you apply the N, and then maybe the K. You can apply all the K and then the P. Nothing happens because one lost pathways, no, on Shedda, and if it should be a heavy rains, and with phosphorus crumple day, because of fixation, no, I am no. But for the end, split it. Otherwise, you are just wasting money.
Thank you. Pacho, it is of much interest to me. Na me pese me share me experience kakra bi. Me due bro. Na ebro na me due aye no. In that particular year, me apply faith. Me ma NPK. Yina yenim say maize epe more nitrogen than any other nutrient. Nti me use 23-10-5. Me we na me man urea. Ebro no boy pa NPK and then urea, yes. Ebro no boy pa urea no wo bear 46% of nitrogen. Na me de banche esisi mu. Na that particular year no banche a me 2 year no banche ne boy pa. Be fi ho no mostly I say udua banche no raw and your friend banche ram. They say undua hwe mfem. Nti eno no sometimes obe ma fet no eya na yen farmers no edin. Na mpo me one worker bi no so wo farm kakra bi bo hu ni a fertilizer ye ni nti. O ka chem say me mbo no bosia no nkoto fertilizer 2 bags. No mfem koma ne cassava. Other workers necessary no. We Jimmy o bancha ya manufacture. Good. Benu fi home no. I think say ye na won manufacture na unya yilda. Open no. Inti sisi ya ni a me pese mi wo kire yem pa ma yem farmers ye wa ha no. Ye tum ye jote to ho. And say minim say me dua me bro after 2 weeks me ma NPK. Me po 15 they may advise say because e bro here more nitrogen. Ti me apply 23-10-5. Then at the vein 6, vein 8 stage, something depending upon the growth of the plant and how well the plant is doing, you know. Now you apply urea. No. And this is specifically, in specifics. Say, minim say, me do me banching. Banching duration in a 1 year, 12 months. Okay, right from the word go, 1, 2, 3 weeks, may apply this particular fertilizer. At this stage, may sign may apply we. Said the ebeya yenko ye mistake because you can say my ye may because of our selfish interest. Said the ebeya yenko ye mistake to poison the consumer. Then free home fertilizer no. Now you spoke about say cassava more potassium. Good. Inti me pese mame. Now me who say urea containing more nitrogen. Inti say mame one name of fertilizer bia containing more potassium but less phosphorus and less nitrogen. So that to me add and also. Mami kunu kra. Near etwa to me bisa me penning for no. They spoke about African mosaic cassava disease and East African. Me bisa ye dwuma na ye no. Ne ba na me papa yesusu ho. Eye dene on large scale. Sometimes say we kwa planting material for you to examine each and planting stick very difficult. Farming say what hana work different from the field. Masasi ready be all kan Mr. Be do no domra e bi nwo. Obi to me do 100 acres of shedem but wo field na obi hu say one rope kra no enye easy. Until sometimes yen obi empese farm be in where and there's a be imported disease abane farm. But in picking cassava sticks, as I speak, when you say my workers will be or more cassava sticks in large quantity per run obey 4. It could be and say maybe we see never over catch and crown or genetic canty. Say disease need be woman clear no one say or transporting in tell me say yeah any sunny any say fall army worms. Just see I won't do bibra. You do controlling. It is and can be say sa disease a kesia o mabobodin. African dear mosaic dear sanka yebenya ne chemical be betumi and also you say ebia one plant be is infested then nanka ya apply ewoso madam say
okay your first one is specific. Before I address that, and I want to address this one too, which is very important. The soil itself, not all. Or what the nutrients are a womb. Soil bia ebia ketwa na ya na kesi ana the parent material no ewo your friend inherent nutrient eno ya de wo no parent material na or no give soil birth to the soil no or what specific nutrients are a womb enti SSA senka Penny said they will cancel penny pa at least once every what am I lenient amount 4 years. Test your soil. Very, very, very important. Now you who say, oh, soil no, it was specific nutrients there. Nitrogen say crown a woman. Even though it may not be available, but it is there. It can be worked out for it to be available to the plant. Ebiana wo phosphorus say. Ebiana wo potassium say. So if the NPK already, the inherent NPK no, is set 20%, and then you need 80%, you just add only 60%. So one is obeko akwa 80% need their begum. And then it will be in excess. And no na air cause environmental pollution here and there, climate change issues here and there. And commercial, we a commercial farmer. One Cassava tum say we a commercial cassava farmer. We pay what year. Anka every 4 years. And my line open year. Every 2 years, go ahead and then get to know what is there. The previous year, we apply fertilizer. And if we be residual, then mami who now has it had effect on the soil? Because the more you apply the N, depending on what type of N you add, by all means. Decomposition is going to take place. If there be mineralization or release ammonium now, it can be fixed there. And the more you add it to it, not a render soil no acidic. The more mineralization should take place now and releasing nitrates no, and also leave NH4 and oja H ne baako that causes acidity. And there are other things that causes it. Sometimes you say, oh, yes, my son is acidic. Oh, and they are now for friends, carbonating neanum bibra. When you are testing your soil, make sure say, oh, my share agriculture, agriculture officer, and say, oh, baby, no. Take it to a reputable lab Let the soil scientists come and take your soil samples. We look at so many things before we can recommend. Say, "Yem picky soil you ha because of this. Yem picky we ha. Yem picky we ha." Not fair. Don't just get up and say, "Oh, Agric ni be because to say we yere a power." Now we don't hospital. Now we don't ophthalmologist. Ophthalmologist or any. Honestly, you're a doctor. Or any. Get the right expert to do it for you. They analyze it and tell you, say, you so very acidic. What the man or know who say acidic, what is causing that acidity? He will go further. This is what I call a Yahoo Moja. So one call a further test. So that when it is being addressed, that you tackle your friend say, from the right source. Now they compare Edro Kosana and Tassana Kano. And then let them know. When we finish analyzing your soil, now we'll sit down, look at the parameters, correlation, a woman, and what is causing it, what is causing it. Be acidity, we hear so with the lime. You only need to add something else to release the H. Then you are okay. Where your friend said normally, yes, so phosphorus there anchor, you Ghana honey and said that any problem. You said that any problem, but you available phosphorus will I have faced. Yeah, your friend is saying it is not it is there, but you available to the plant. So when you come and add up, it will get to a time it will be toxic, and then your soil becomes toxic, toxicity. When you come to the K, yes, oh, those days, I say, those days, I agree. So, K, you got Africa, the K, because of Saben and name, and so forth, you add the K to it. And so, okay, dear, but. Or what make Cassava first? We saw 3 forms. The unavailable one, or no definition, or about 98% are unavailable. Then you come to the slow release, or no, or about or releasing. Then the readily available one. So which one there? When you test the soil, it will be seen. Yambra fertilizer no so. Sabia, you are supposed to add maybe 60% N. 60 kg N, not 60 kg urea or 60 kg NPK. N. So we have to calculate the amount of N in urea that will give you the 60 kg for you. Specifically, every soil will be different. How depending if there is a clay content in it, it is sandy, it is be one day. And yes, I call cream. No. Let them know. Or yeah, who say, oh, this one we have to add this one. And to say, then they calculate and let you know that you have something there. So you even need to buy maybe urea one bag, and not maybe 2 bags or 3 bags or 4 bags. The same thing with the other nutrients like the P and the K. Cassava needed K. Among the recommendation, cassava need also K, and yeah, potassium hydroxide, K. And then potassium chloride, K. Sana uba hansusa P, no, P, and not ubenya TSP, triple phosphate, single phosphate. Ubia 1%, but we calculate the amount of a P that you need. Now the amount. Normally, when you look at when we are saying that, I say we are our compound on MPK. 15. And I be a 20, 9 say a combination, fine. But that means, so if you need N, maybe 20, then K 40, then P 40, and then K 60. How are you going to combine it? It needs to be calculated. And so when it comes to that now, we say that, oh, why don't you use the single ones? Urea is solely nitrogen, and then TSP is solely phosphorus. It has sulfur, but we don't, when we want phosphorus, we don't consider that. And then muriate of potash is also solely K. So that is what we combine. Because when you are calculating, you know, I want K here, this amount of K, this amount of this amount. Then they combine, and you get the right application rate that you want. But when you come in with the compound now, then it becomes something. I hope I have exhausted.
Thank you, Dr.
All right. Thank you very much. Your question, the planting materials. Ideally, you have to inspect. But as you say, looking at the quantity or the quantity of planting material that you're buying, it becomes impossible for you to inspect each and every stick. But what I would say is that if that's the challenge, you may want to get your planting material from a trusted source. Maybe if a research station like Bnari or any CSIR, they are sure to give you disease-free planting materials. But if you are getting it from elsewhere, let the person know the implications of bringing disease materials to your field. We have something we call primary infection and then secondary infection. The primary infection, right from the word go, you have brought disease materials. You cut and plant, they sprout diseased, and you are not going to get anything. But if you bring healthy material, the disease will come all right. It doesn't mean the plants are resistant. They will come all right. But by the time they come, your plants may have grown, mature plant resistance, and then you are able to get something from it. For viruses, unfortunately, there is no chemical spray that you can use to kill them because they are in the cells. So if you target them so much, you target your cells, you destroy your cells as well. So for viruses, no chemical available to control them. But then you can control the vectors because they are vectored by insects. So you can use insecticides to reduce all the vector population, and that is very important. Okay. Experimental findings has revealed that one whitefly can do 10% transmission. 200 plants. Now whiteflies, but let's say there's an infected plant. That one whitefly, bet me 10 of the plants. So assuming you have thousands of whiteflies on your field with infected material, you know the rate at which the disease is going to spread. So it is very important that you check your planting materials, make sure they are disease free. But what they make can say, who be here, say planting material na audible from no. Ube she say Arabian name. Na ina ni kasa no mami hu say de do na on beton nti ya na eden. Say obetimi ahwe say bia ni a bibia enihu. Na say sa entimi nye ya ubeto o planting material from a trusted source. And no you will be assured say on bema they are Arabian name. But say ko fa o yonko afoma farmer bia manenti ase because o twa aton ama. Manenti ase say the odema on say yare o ma or the ball from or baba oka. Said there also be na mawa also tom obi a obema no de. Na say all the materials na ba from na say yare o ma and on primary infection we share ho na efifi a yare na efifi. We and then yare efifi. Entimi ma yield bi a also wunya. But say all the eye papa eba yare bi anima. Emo ano untimi control on beba all right. But bia emo ano mra na o plant no manyi kakra. Said there be our immune system no emo aye den ma mti. Entimi omu bebre. Entimi emma yield na ma from bebre. Eno benya bibi kakra e wo ho. Na uhe bacteria ne fungus a obetimi ato edru fungicides and bactericides. Now they are corner or spray on. But virus they be osheno udi adrobia kana eni. Inti ebe yanka emwana omufa ifi plant we so de ko we so no. I from vectors no. Omo na obe target omo. Na say utimi control omo. It means say disease plant wo from kra. Na say wetimi I reduce plant population to the barest minimum. Omo ntimi en spread bebre e wo from. Nti eno so ebetimi aboa. That's it.
Thank you, Doc. So the next set of questions. Okay.
Yo, Madam Papa.
That's the last
Hello?
set of questions.
In fact, I do share Benyan or Dumoso, but in part, be the first question there. New varieties now almost only improve with Dama, you know, and our Daba system. No, no. A better than I am Saka. Oh, yeah, more for what did you fool? I'm what they be a Gary in the you know. Saka, a Benya so stank in Bedroom. Or today, be you know, Yamma, I just be there. MPK are good for banchine production. But see, when you information, I just practice. I'm going to liquid fertilizer on the night at the spray. Now had buying a dog. And also, me play me tea once I'm called one bottle cry. So I do you're going to our boy my aircraft from sir. Then why my yehuna yet to now improve your made now, you know. Selection of cassava sticks now. If you my Yarabaka one of the main dog when you be able to make a day. Na madun obey ejuma nyame and den kro nyame obi abaji das there ukoda ha benema cassava sticks bi na plant nang so si so no wo na ase no na ayi white ne den owo ho be kai da wo mai sika banchi ye director ne ye kodua ye multiply bi bo wa da stay na madun bi den owo banchi so ye tutwa ye botu a ye twa ne mi ye nyina ye den ye de bom gu fa akro ansa na ye a ya be cut e de kana mix that. I want to see planting material. When you can see heavy, into how can they back a day? Into my eye, and there, banching your dance are very healthy. When they be more general, another fine, banching your dance are fine. One idea selection, a joy I have been. Into one shot among Kawa 7 years from wine. Now you're there. Baby or why you're boy, because it's in me cry or buy. And I'm ready to cry for floor banching your own. What a banching your banching your night day. But how to get the planting, the new improved variety, no? Or a massive Thank you.
With the mammy and Kaka Cran to our say, stick no. Yarena, Yakan was ACM. Boniframe say it's not fully systemic. It is a Banchiduania. And you be Biana virus no. Yes, most of the woody plants. Because I said they anyway, and you baby Anna, Yaren, when you bet me a far banchidia, say, Yaren be also, but Obetu Chana Obeduano, and any Nana, a baby fear, Yarebe also. And until I may say, Ubet me what we call rogging. You move through your field. Now, dear, if you fear now, Yaruno, Ubet me a year no film. So we white fly and banner Yareniwa, when you be beyond transmit, why be the dinner or corn baby? Na say ultimate dia drone so can now control ya na chese uko wani mwana no that's
The next question.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Theophilus. My question is that I want to find out what the just are doing to help small-scale farmers to identify some of these diseases so that when they are able to identify on their fields, they can easily get rid of the planting materials. If they can, and then my second question is also that when Doctor was speaking, she made mention of a farm testing the soil. And here is the case in our country: when you need to test your soil, you know the procedure that you go through. It's not every farmer who can, afford to do those testing. So what are the researchers doing to develop simple testing mechanisms for our farmers? Thank you.
Thank you. Questions now, APP and HSA. We have a lot to ask you, and we need a lot from you.
And I'll plead with your outfit, say, such synergetic interactions shouldn't be yearly, but we can have it quarterly. Today we are at Anumawobi, tomorrow we can be in Bodrasi, tomorrow we can be in Bontrasi, because there are many issues. The issues are many. So please, let's have a plan and let's have these interactions. And then my second concern is about soil health. Otaminta, we can all attest to the fact that our farmers keep reusing the soil because land is scarce and the fertility of the soil is going down. So even with the integrated soil fertility management and all that, with time, we may not have the yields. And so what are we doing to improve the health of our soils? It's very, very important. Thank you.
So I'll allow Dr. Minta to react to some of the questions that have been asked.
Okay. You want to ask a question here concerning the variety in there.
Variety. Dr. Wanda.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Omono, like Obia Dinija. Obia Dinija, Obia Penisika. And so, what walk Quacotono? Who say, source now walk Quacotono authentic. Say, we would trust it, that source. We shall what wrong, and then say a nitrogen percentage bay, potassium percentage bay, whatever percentage, send a ubet me apply no, then as for. Also, this time, no, so our liquid fertilizer will can for vegetables for other, so say, a market baby. Now, so we shed down Jesus name, did ya get someone to come now bet me a quacoto and that's what bisano sa a chemical agrochemical a for no autumn. I mean money explain when explain it wrong now towasuma. I mean train one don't be so in a rush to buy fertilizer that you don't even know the source. Now they are quacoye way. We want that's an advice. But worker organic. In fact, organic, no, with the compost and then the other manure, poultry manure, and no, a poor soil, like you were talking about the soil health, or improve one, the structure of the soil. Structure, no, say, a sandia. The moment you apply that organic matter, a friend said, no, a organic matter, and sana organic matter, no, and a nutrients, no. Nitrogen, phosphorus, or micronutrients near the compost has all said in totality. And I say poultry manure or all the manures of the animal from the animal kingdom, whatever. Almost the totally, but almost much as a amount. Nutrients or sign improve the quality of the soil, the structure of the soil, the or any friend or yasasi or mount liquid fertilizer say fertilizer straight or improve structure no say sticky says clean doors woman. O breaky your friend saying courts no na if I met me from the Cassava can say we hear Sunday many we hear because microbes now almost done it near many release that part of nutrient that your cassava needs. Oh here say ube man in the diane. So one the microbes cannot work for you, they will be there. It cannot work for you. But the moment you give them what they want, activity like so organic matter, what kind of literature, or releasing 1 to 3% of the quantity of soil organic matter in the soil,
in the form of or nitrogen, 1 to 3% every year or release it. And every year we release, also buy and now also would be about the comfort like I can nitrogen there. Wouldn't need the ground no farm or all the country say, my dear make. It's a natural process. Pa or beko. And to one manage, you can manage it with the inorganic and the organic at the same time, and I can integrate it. The integratedness organic inorganic inorganic and readily wadi, but organic they are not sure and or undergo the process now until say will be releasing the available one for him. Yeah, not so soon you can say as I say when you plan fertility plan for what farming now. So what means it's a business. You want to get a profit out of it. As I say, we'll come all out. My management plan amount. Cassava now we are time buying no here nitrogen. Then when is that nitrogen the organic matter? When is it going to release? It can be done so that the plan is there and then you follow. And no, I cut it down will cost because fertilizer no boy yet. It's no beer will soil not as why in fertile that. But in near maybe now also so into me and release it. That can be worked out for you. And integrated nedia. Oh yena juma. Wona won yeni intina won say oh yena juma. Oh yena juma pa say if you follow the plan. That's all.
Thank you.
With the soil testing, how much is it? How costly?
I think that some of these questions need to be done behind. Yes, because I'm sure Doc may not be able to tell you in totality.
Anyway, my main car, sir, so it depends on the number of acres. The terrain, the other. Yeah, you best share or a way were high indicate say. So way what Sasol indicate say. Obia and yeah, say a castle blanket you're quite to her Debbie. When you go and you survey the field, topography is any ways and you see okay, then let's assess this area. Let's assess this area for this. Into Obia ne boy yedding. But as I say, a man is a mumwega motoshano and a boy yedding. But no. Anna too. Say if it is 5 acres, Obia or 2 acres. Who bet you more at you be over 2 acres? I know they mean to me because you're the back lab. Lab on so. Reagents and depending on the number of your friends, 1 acre, open then. Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say.
Excuse me, please.
For what?
I think that we'll give those information to director, and director will make it known to you because of time.
Oh, yeah, just 6 million, and I say no, unless a woman buys a say a better land and open day the open no be depend. I say work hospital. Open say sugar cake. Obi akwa your person chemistry ni nyina no. Need boy den say wa work say you sugar cake.
Okay, so one for Dr. Wanda.
I'm saying Ubisa say the new okay. So person who what to say your release variety be. So Ubisa nipa kroa and I say institution kroa release sa variety. Now we approach you. Sometimes maybe a while to me a Danny a numa mofa. Na omu a multiply and now omachi chama farmers. Na say ankon sa na say institution na kasa te say ebia yenua na oti Dr. Manape oni Cape Coast for more release variety maybe say 5. In that case no u buy a hodom a no u pointy variety potty ya u pen because variety bia ni nisu nti u hwe mu na u hwe nia u pe a na wachre na ya ibema o time yes 6 months and say 10 months nti se u pese u dua ade no se anya se why ready why do ofu no awie no ansa na wa ba say me pe variety we mu really multiply mami ye ntumi nye
Mpacho follow up me pese me ye say se wa ma ye hu say ye pene ba ko Cape Coast a ono de oban me region ha de me hian kasa na say the farmers ye ho nya ye hian ye de edi fufu na de ye agbelema ne gare nti sankasa 2 varieties no mo ho de a na Caribbean ye mu me ne papa di I already say e be lazy land for multiplication nti saka cost involved for be even be half an acre park and I say abesem be 12 no a omo de man ya e be hu ye na e shia kakra wa china process bi kra pa e betun no once a year e betun aboy na kare bebre nti ko he na ko betun aboy say oh e bia na su kra ye meji kakra na you start to do them over. And can anybody want papa?
Okay.
Because you are ready.
Okay, please let me comment. Yeah. We consider giving the stakes out as technology transfer, and then we have identified that just giving the stake out to an individual doesn't really mean technology transfer. So we are transferring the technologies or the 5 varieties we have released through demonstration farms, and we're trying to work with farmer associations. We're trying to work with community champion farmers. Good. So we have to sit down with we have been sitting down with the places that we have identified. Dr. Eunice had been at Gomoa Fete. Is it Gomoa Dunkwa? Now she's at Ekropon, and then she's also at Dodowa. One of them. Good. All right, so this is what you are trying to do, because as soon as I give you the stick, and then you go and then you identify a disease, then you discard the sticks that all that we have done is wrong. But then there may be things that we can do to keep it going, and then at the end of the day, its maturity, you see what we've been talking about. So at the demonstration farm, we also try to bring in farmer field schools. The director here called me. Oh, he has 5 locations within his district that he wants to have a multiplication sites. So I said, okay, yes, after this program, we'll sit down, have an agreement, because it also calls for us, moving from our offices up and down, not the food or the water, but the fuel. If we find a way of fueling our vehicles, then we'll be coming to help, as has been demanded by our madam. So this is what we want to do. We want to be working with you, but we want to be doing the demonstration fields. In the demonstration fields, the farmer, the local or the community farmers, has to bring some amount of the varieties you are using. You get it? I'm surprised that you are all saying that you don't have planting materials. I'm really surprised, because okay, you don't have enough planting material. Good. So you bring some of what you are doing. We also bring what we have. We have soil, water, soil nutrients, and mechanisms that we think will quadruple your yield, which you might not have that idea. We would like to show you. We would like to bring on board the Agric extension officers to advise what they are doing. And then bring, if Gida is also there, come and also teach us what they are doing. Then what Atomic Energy and then a major partner, the IEA, has also been doing, we also put it on board. This is a means by which we think that the technology will be adopted at a higher rate. You get it? That is a learning process. So if you go step by step and you're able to explain issues surrounding the unforeseen events that may be coming, it will help the adoption rate. And then that will solve the problem of you taking one variety or genotype from here and then it will be named at another place. So we want to address it well through the demonstration farm. So we'll identify you as a champion farmer. The varieties released are what? Let me give it to the scientists that worked on the varieties.
Well, yes. Moderator, can I go ahead? All right. From Kwame Nkrumah time to 2018, Ghana had 22 varieties. If you say varieties, it means the name given to that particular one can never be changed again, and it is endorsed by the minister. That's the difference between variety and a genotype. What we are talking about, Kofi has a variety, Ama has a variety, that is not the case. The one which is in National Varietal Release Catalog as a seed, that's what we call variety. The one you have are just cultivated species, so we say cultivars. The cultivars may have double names, triple names, or even one cultivar may have different names, or different cultivar may have the same name. So it brings confusion. We are aware. That's why we change the scenario and we say, let's try to bring some standard practices. So we have GAP, Good Agricultural Practices. In terms of naming, we are talking about variety. And you can see the varieties and their attributes in National Catalog. So 22 varieties from Kwame Nkrumah time to 2018. We've added 5. The number has increased. Now, other scientists in the university have also added some. We have 32 now, not 90. Yes, 32 now in the country, not 90. All right. The one that we have added are Nyonku, meaning it will make your eyes better. Ponu, it means it will, the second one is Ponu, it means it can help you to see better. Then Tete Banchi, there is a professor of Cassava in Ghana called Professor Tete. Yeah, Prof. Tete. That is to immortalize his name, that his contribution to Ghana is much more appreciated than he himself has thought about it. Then we have Fufu Hene. It simply means you can use it for fufu. The very one that I enjoy so much is fufu because you don't even struggle with it. As now you throw it in, it goes. Then we have Apesihima. So that is, those are the 5 varieties that we have. The yellow flesh varieties are 3. They are medicinal varieties. They have extremely high yield. In addition to higher yield, they are having medicine in it called beta-carotene that can enable you to see far, to enable your skin to be smooth. And those want a lot of sperm and egg production. That's why I call it medicinal cassava. It is very good. Yeah. So a lot of things that it can even prevent cancer. That's why we call it medicinal cassava. And we have that one. And we are not satisfied with that one. This year, if God permits, we'll add 4 additional new ones. Improve our involve improving. We are improving upon our sciences for the benefit of humanity. Unfortunately, I cannot speak your language. Where can you get these varieties? It is always collaboration between Ghana Atomic Energy, Bnari, and University of Cape Coast. So when you contact the graft, Professor Paul Asari, or School of Agric, you can also get small for your food. It's allowed. But when you want commercial production, that one is business line. You have to pay premium price for it. It is done everywhere like that. So when you come and we give you only 2 stems, let's say 100 meters, go and cut it into two nodes. Take water sachet container, fill it with soil, and put it horizontally. Even if you get sawdust, you just put it horizontally in them and multiply that small one that you have so that you can feed your family with it. But you can't use that method to have a commercial field, never. That is why we say Ghana Atomic Energy is for you. Approach us and we'll help you with small cuttings, but don't go and prepare a very big land and say, oh, come and dash me cassava planting material to go and plant. For we, the research stations, we don't deal with farmers directly. That's why we have Agric extensions to educate you, and they have to live with us. We also educate them so that they transfer the knowledge to you. That's how the ministry operates. We cannot break the cycle. Otherwise, every time you need us, we have to come to you. It means the way we want to help the Ghana grow for cassava, Ghana's golden route for economic transformation, the way the scientists have to be devoted to their work to sustain economic development through cassava will not happen. So we need to have these demonstration plots where the intermediaries, which are extension agents, pick it from there and then go to masses. That is the normal operation. So have I answered your question? All right.
Thank you very much. The conversation will continue. We have Madam Lydia Inkum here, and she's here to speak on the topic value addition to cassava. Which part of the chain do you belong? Due to the time, we wanted to give a short overview, and then we'll ask the last set of questions. Then my director will give a general closing remarks, acknowledging all your views, and then the way forward. Then we leave here. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity. Mpocho me farmers pi wa hanti baka mfante kese odi kanu o me nyijere wode ho kwan na mam de edwuma kakra me so ma ye wo banchi value chain no men mesa ye danda no banchi na enwa de he na ye nyim de banchi itu no roda ma ida onye ye nte bia ebonua banchi so osentam nti ye beda na banchi no onsentam sisi a yetum yedibi ya agbelima yetum yedibi ya gari ye tapioca he normal kokonte wo ho ye high quality cassava flour And I was so banch first eating a pia when you are the young should be being kawa. Ebia Yabaka don Obama him protein kakra. Into your say there. Women in Agric development was say there. Yari and Shishum kakra. Into your bohun there, soya bean. Protein or woman dorsum pa. Into your say there by your soya gari. Into your soya flour no. Ye the 45 gari nibi. Or ye come up into you trainee women's groups in Ibi. Mancasanamica training. On nature, na yes, I benya orange flesh, sweet potatoes. So yes, so one so I'm holding no woman does so vitamin A womb, other vitamins P women to on so young shade. You go to me a dibiaka garina, yes, ye da or ye starch on cotton on. On so ye young wage man, see, say your son or garini bean so. Ya fortified with orange flesh sweet potatoes in the bio. Inti the made money you do my any messia for your women groups FBO sono I am where Juma P our district no. And now food researcher for so boy I'm not sure what betchang makes me a high quality cassava flour. Ono yan henu container ya hatana first and in suru ta ogudo ono yes process na se dam dana. Ye to me, into me carry a demonstration of crow. Miss Answer any fold ha. Your processing site to us so. Into honor ye 2 bunch and a fresh no hana. Ye chippinson, ye draining, ye hate. And that very day, no so yame on a flower no. Wotum was ye pastries nad into ye the sample come on. Company or war, tell my stand coffee away is summoned. Then to Warusha de Ubutum wa 40 men. Now quantities now open. Ena yentum yen yahujuma into on so. And as I see, so yasha, ye bon with the hen cokunta, ye didn't see, and I mean Musano, and who co contain you a collar no cry, obo put you off. But see, I yen I ye bid that dance then hen cokunta o woman, or ye fe papa, a can, or today, fufua, broad woman fine. Ye training Miss Afone de see say ya hata banchu foam. Ya hata no e danodo insuta ogudo ewiogba ogudo na fi fangos na aba ho wa green. Nti see say a Miss Afone so am peda mo ba ho about kakra. Ho aya de see say ade at least banche no wo hata ni ye ya ye peda ye kokontainer. He kokontain oya kama pa. Entimre ba minya ho kwana to nsafre ye mesiafo a woye champions wo processing mu cassava value chain no woye gari fine woye agbelema fine in fact ekoka so gom na ho nyama nsan a wo moto bia na agbelema nko ho ankasa so wasa na win the district award for best processor ho mo bi nso menya kwa madam Grace e wo menchen wa ha na anti ade nso ewo menchano wa ha ente awutu district mo twanity a edwuma kakra ya wo cassava value chain hofa value addition new processing ho no mfa na edwuma kakra ya etum ya ye wo mesafo no bi so a ono so otum ye tapioca fine ono so odema enkrofo bi no so ye yakayaka no ono so ana patututu wo ye odokwa kaso market inti banche edwuma ne de mfa na awutu district yen director one ejumura wa abo ahia ma yetum ya ye training sini bia ye nanso still aye bokodo ya ye na ho na wo ye processing nanso wo ye production because yenya ho kwan run farmer full school ewa ha ewo women's group kro ewo labi aye multiply sika banche na banche hema ni bi nti one of the farmers no wo varieties ni pii wo ono no maka de beya half because nduane ye free we baka krana woduan de bia mi sikrom ha wo ka ho asam kire mo emenyi pa na sisi abanche no boye den no wo ju ska wo market papa oye ho ni je nto am da hia no botai cross yenwan da ye bema ekuafo no so ho na adwuma na wa ye no wenye mpuntu om na wenye ska wo men am da ye baka da no fa bi sisi ade we hu da adwuma no mu ayeda nti mfanda kakra motu maka nti yegudo aye training a wo fa bi opede wo ye soya gari na motu me ye flour na ma ka kire ho Miss Ma Wadabaka Gary no home, now watch on a fine. On the nature, no, so you too. Last time I tried home packaging and so. Ye labels now, the crama groups in Libya. Ye young one call World Farmers Market, where you see Sasakawa. And also one group will pin him yet, the one Gary be crea. Gary and so from cry. And also what papa, but certification, no. And on so why how kakra, what compose ye train in my hand there. Hen groups need be ready, Ubotum Abom at least in certification. Until Juma Kakra Utu district, and so ya you often miss your far film. Process and the miss your phone wire and a cassette. Aha, I mean, you find the operating machines and one young man, but nay, where you money now, or you miss your phone, and away until Juma Kakra Mutu market there. I would to district, ya.
You be for the last set of questions. Now you're the instruments in Abbey. Until Nanaba starts first. So Bisu will be on Pocho, or be a question Mamuhuna. Okay, and see 1, 2, 3, Pocho 9. Okay.
And then who said, but you were doctors. Yari a many female crab by no. Almost sunny now. And the last questions now will be 8. Doctor, now we need me name, Mamma Nimwe Guasi. Some question due. Bakuno so, Madame, ye video be actually to me water. Nemo a baku. Bakuno pet ni contents of the cassava material are more. They say material bill, but I can't do each variety, and now you know I am variety, means I repeat it, and I can't Nimino here start content. Because me Kaise, me a bunch, me a starch, me a cassava flour, me a cassava chip, me a tapioca, me a but the bunch be called Caltech. Who Caltech? Yes, if you are bunch, if you are this one call. Yes, only ethanol crap. When I'm is an how to use the starch to do ethanol to stop the aben. You are ben quite right. Omubisami say bunch I made buy. Because they pay by the starch content. Local one now because we are no mommy baby because I'm going to search 1 year and yet 19 men to 20 men. We will not cook. The variety here, me now so me balance and they share the age. Now each variety start content. Me ankasa me here search. And I mean, who says Sika Banchi for 26% start content instant. Then of my Sika Banchi ample, he said, Madam Makura, I can doctor Kano Nano, and we are 24. But only 18 months by 1 year. Near my Nano. They make names in the doctor. Now, Macosia do. Macosia do. Flour, do a menu. Because content in Doswa. Thank you. Says starch content in Doswa. Who starch no obey any nano. Banchi be brave, but obey starch kitu heavy. Me a nipa be a banchi de mintuni hu bibiangu up to the leaves. Duanu cry will cry at the chigari. Nti entuni bibiangu. Nti se ma baha se ma shami doctors na. Ombe kono bia mamini normal because mbe ha papa. Atomic energy for so you ready. Mbe baho. Da mbe bana mini nkrofo na pomani nyina be banifi. Na ya be sua banchi. we kakra e wo me say kire me content no so kan say enye sadia and then enye ready me the number beto gua na kwa friend microphone say twamanyaba
yeah
but your question no one yen intenti amayan kakra yanem brenenti yama question yen intenti amba kakra that's
yo madam ACP the Ghana yakwa hinenyim na nso nzame bi tutosin kakra oye asase na pomuzin na oye health no hu hia papa ye bibiara ye duan wa asase no do da pene bi enya ye call Legon koye policy for fertilizer and soil health ye ni a data for this soil health nti na mama I difficult ama farmers na wo wo boss as na yi dama wo hwehwe fertilizer dama nti mesrede edumezi omo ahin na doctors researchers awo mu no nyina menyim de wo kadam mpanyimfo no ho ebi mu wo ma me hu won wo meeting na so ho nti mesrepi de hina assassin se wo yem police wo kodoa na wo yem district by district bibiara onyezen papa teacher nya ogoggle pepepa obohu de ne han anade ne bebin no ho kan onye bebre te de wo kwakofa just a sample in area bi keke na waye obutum no wo hu de has asen demona oti maybe saze krosunyin ekura ohonye de sisi adwumezi amabezi no ho eduru mu pa usanda Michelle Banchi duasi almost 45 years now na Banchi akwenyi marry ye and every 40 years something happen my papa obodin there 83 okomon was the Banchi so ano nti afi susu okomon makache minister last year makache ende okom baba also they will have abundant food na me say yo inti the mudumezi ma ye best ready bia woboko man extension crop extension officer so board danka ye be na kwana ye ba fado na onye de 1 year 6 months no chide yetumi days here na yetum na ya asuso henase na nzama akosoro politicians zo ho oye ya papa bi kan obesesa ho mba na akogwa abrochi no waso wako ne yenze ebia ho yenyi BBC aha ne ye na me nti se mo ye ne yeso ye ha enje ba ha okom na no bebefum medamasi
medamasi within the Joseph Kamansa but your question is say organic and inorganic fertilizer no which one are you recommended to us say yanko use way from 90 main boost to banchino okay another one and okay so according to you know you say like organic no inorganic fertilizer no you have in fact now you see most of the farmers may go when say why phone why apply fertilizer but you no be use it you apply na otunya obe use no e wo fie no on fertilizer in grass. On you so obey no raw but in order to market no for others to consume no not the grass and so papa na
oh mentiase
one tiase yeah fat in grass
no reason on your money no internet maybe fertilizer ebinum so say owa fufuo na because ope eyi
please let's take the last question and you address
okay
Ufana ngbaji comfortado. Duadi ani wakabaja na wura fatraza. Koko machine e she ochi ke koto. Ano kwasani. Koko fando adi ga hwehie e she ochi do de ba koto. Chini fertilizer be me ba ma she o chi enyo. Ekoto wo many wo fi o no wo fi ko anu tumo. Ni wo yi o wo fertilizer o ka wo mi. Me na ka eni ma yedu ade nka tufa efe. Ma hu ka kante. Kan fan hwehyi fi o chi miye. Amanya nka ho shipon fi o chi enyo. Kan ya mfa ado ade mfa ado kan cha shipon no ba ndie. Si ko ba ja no ala no kwasande. To fan aka machine no do ade machine no she 3 days. Do ade yekoto.
No, she said exactly what she was saying. That in practice, when she's doing cultivating cassava that she will eat at home, she doesn't apply chemical fertilizer. But the one that she will be taking to the market, which she needs bumper harvest and stuff, she applies chemical fertilizer.
Why do you do? I didn't know yes, sir. I didn't know yes, sir. Because
someone paying for me say fertilizer and fancy banchino. So you banchino more kasi. Yes, you could afford so yet me who say fertilizer be banchina. Nay to go and check. So what I say? Now you do what? First of all, kumpa, utu banchigua, na what you cry banchina employee. This year, fertilizer did you in Lorentino. Would the banchigua 3 days prepare the banchina pro? It means a mimi and me queenina, mehunisano. Me mean fat baby made in the mean fast fertilizer and farm and I mean fancy. Until they say, me dear, she be an anguso, moko, she be anguso. Nemo near me, dear cotton, dear. Any me go some say pen bebre. Any baby.
Oh, the wood, you know, won't from guso. Now, ye bedin now, do you guso? I wonder, Kaya, or so. Wouldn't him say, yeah, would you go to say, any one? If I just have one or say better, I won't make us a baby. Much rare if I try to do a young was I see the moon near dear. Mr. Massassi and Dasono. Say, me man of fertilizer, I mean to banty back. Pacho, a year fertilizer and I hear now the year would go. But then, of course, Massassi doesn't mean shabby. Won't shabby. Naya or more, channel. I hear no, won't say, ye buy your stress, say. I dare not say in so way necessary do go from my pet. The other become winning and yet maybe a year came was a sabami and son and a year worker me banchia worker maybe will be 1 year last year near 2 year will me see basine me didn't crack. Wow, into the worker no ebia na make us a wagon me pedoclo pa but mindi benkunda e yamagye me hu se me say not then na me benku but me hu se yamagye wahu nti ebu ho a wo ba na ye wo wa ye kan ye fa fertilizer nye yi da nti ye ne me nye ye wadwen it ade no crown pro ye crown pa wo dwen sa pro wahu but but your friend is saying if you are dream because say fertilizer no would you go so na say would him say be pro na wo beto ama me dia ene enye na wo di dia sisi aso pesca nti na wo ye wa wo 10 me so ma wo 10 asase na ye enyame de ma Adam na no aso na ati no ebi beka ho nsuo kran pasan afa bi nti dia wo ho no say ya bohu be ya enchirima na ya wo agu ho no obo bebre enti dia ya kire se fa atire mienu no fa mienu ne pe na enye adwuma ma ho wa ho na wo so fa bi wo fufuo di na enya ohwe ade.
Hello. Oh, whether Pacho, I will add to what she's saying. Said the scientist there, claims and a way. And you better take it. Now I trials near she said the work on sanity and I said sanity.
Hello. Can I take it from there? Oh,
I want to just ask something. Pacho, Banchi Diana Mo Case Munyebi and Ton. Dodo, never say 50 pieces. Muton is saying they were important. I won't say. That's all who macho man be on.
Say, Banchini Diana, I can't want some say, Yenye Buano, yes, and Yenye Buaho. Obia Nebidia, but Janfans for the past from February Abbey, and I best cast Obia a day. I saw Obia expanded the farm. Oh, maybe say, I'll be afraid that Bancha made your holy son, they have been to me, a be Indiano. Fancy me, Uncle so one way to another the other day. Miss Medium, oh, call out a call with and I didn't know. Like a former day, me cry me pass me to Banjipa. Come back to side you and upon a cost of labor then echo for man because bit to Banji says you semi compare where it's not better on basis of St. John. But this time, me do a crime and so me. And I make out. Sana Crawford, I don't have Cosa Banchimu, but me did sending I saw very good Crawfordia Banchimono. Also, people offer the crana and Papa cross my pennies. No, dear, no, two, Chasman, now, Caprice now. Ube koboja as marketer. Bancha, I don't answer them why enough. In can be a farmer me to a marketer, me too. But I say, why a day? Inti Banjini and the answer why I say, ye be better. I say, Obiano expanded the farm. Now, I'm assuming you say, a Bebuama, it the banana then, a baby bray.
All right, thank you so much. My people, formally, let me address the question my colleague asked, Dr. Wanda asked. Formally, you know cassava bundle can be anything depending on your strength to carry. And the same way when you go to the market you heap it and you price it. Shall we bring science to all these things? When you go to the market, try to weigh so that we know how much we are paying for. If you are selling your gari, try to weigh rather than burning the under of the container inside and cheating others. Cassava sticks are now considered as seed. Therefore, when you come to us, we have a standard way of saying this is one bundle. A bundle now is half a meter tall, just 50 centimeters. And when you have 100 of that one, we call it a bundle. Let's bring science into it. So a bundle, which is 50 centimeters tall, when you cut it into 25, you can only plant 200 spots with that bundle, and that one is going for 200 Ghana cedis. When you get that bundle, know that you are getting it from researchers, so you are going to pay a premium price for it. So come and cut it small, and nest it into rubber bags. You get it as seedlings, then plant them at 1 foot intervals on beds. Then the following year, you get a lot from that to expand your farm. So change the whole way of just cutting anything you can carry as a bundle and then send it to farm and hang it under the aben tree to dry. Because you are not paying, you are just cheating your colleagues. Let us now change the way we do things. That's to address that issue. Right. Now, starch. In science, every cassava that we plant here follow high, low level of starch. You have 2 peaks in a year. What happens is that when cassava gathers the starch, in the drier season, the starch level is at the peak. But at the beginning of the rainy season, you see that new leaves have to come up. So it converts the starch into sugar and push the sugar for the new leaves to come up, so the level will drop. And when the cassava is satisfied with that conversion and the rainy season continues, then it picks up again to the highest level than the first one and then drop. So That is why when you have even a mealy cassava which is poundable, even when you have that particular one, you realize that at the beginning of the rainy season, it changes. Have you all experienced it? That is the reason. Therefore, if we give you the level of starch to be around 41 to 47, that's the reason why we normally give you a range. That the one we are giving you is high starch. The starch is between 41 to 47. So the fufuhini, the white flesh cassava, are extremely high starch cassava. The yellow flesh cassava, the starch level is from 21, that's tete banchi, to 31. The reason is that all the scientists in the whole world had problem with yellow flesh cassava and the starch level. It's always lower than the white flesh. But Ghana Atomic Energy has been given the blessings to use atomic force to force the high starch and the dry matter and beta carotene together. We succeed in the whole world by solving this problem, and the set of cassava that we are going to release are the one that is a breakthrough for the world, because we have combined the high starch level, high dry matter level with beta carotene. Expect it this year.
Okay, thank you very much. All too soon, we have come to the end of our cassava celebration. We have our director here, Dr. Michael Osai, Sector Osai. Sector Osai. He will give us the closing remarks, and then we'll take the vote of thanks before we go.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nete, and thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you to all our facilitators. I think it's been a very insightful day. We've been here for almost the whole day, and we've learned a lot. We've shared a lot with each other. Trust me, I have learned a lot from all of you here, and I'm sure even our facilitators have learned something from our farmers. I just want to make a few comments. So let me start from where my brother ended. People are asking, how do we get these materials and all that? Dr. Nete indicated that we are transferring technology through demonstration sites. What we are trying to do is to make sure that we set up these demonstration sites at vantage points where farmers can come in and see these technologies in action. Dr. Yunus spoke about fertilizer application, water management. We spoke about disease management. We spoke about improved varieties. So we are going to establish these demonstration sites and invite you to come and see these technologies in action. So I'm sure next year when we are doing this kind of thing, we'll not be doing it in a room. We'll do it on the field where you will see everything Gani. We are alongside that speaking to private people, individuals, champion farmers. What Dr. Menofe explained about cutting node by node and planting in plastic and move. So you have a seed nursery, cassava seed nursery in every enclave where you can get planting materials to sell to the farmers. It is recommended that you don't continue to plant or recycle the same material for too long. It is happening to all our vegetative propagated crops. Pineapple is facing the same thing. Yields have deepened over the years because we are recycling the same things. You go to the farmer's field, after harvesting, the suckers that come on the side is what we use for the next planting. But on the field, those plants have accumulated some viruses. If you plant it, these viruses are multiplying in the plant. So after several generations of recycling, it is full of viruses that you cannot get the potential yield. What we are recommending is that you may have your farm. you can recycle your sticks a couple of years. But after 3 years, 4 years, maximum 5 years, discard all that and then come to the researcher for primary materials to re-establish your seedling garden or your seed garden. Then you will get more seeds from it. If you continue to do that, you are sure that you will maintain your yields very high with all the agronomic practices that we have spoken about. Once those are in place, you will maintain your seedlings or your production or your yields very high. So we recommend that going forward, thankfully Director is here and his team, we will continue to engage and see how we can work with you to get these technologies across your district. If we succeed here, this becomes like a model that we can replicate in other places. So we'll work together on that one. As the saying is, seeing is believing. So the demonstration farms are very important, and the first one will be established here at this innovation village. And we are going to start working on it immediately. In fact, our hope was that we would have had that demonstration farm in place before this event. But it's not too late. We're going to set up that. And then once we have that demonstration site here, we can continue to work on it. Mr. Ansre spoke about the cost of labor, and I think somebody also reiterated the same thing. So that is a challenge for us as scientists to see what we can do to make sure that production of cassava becomes less labor intensive. Because if we make it less labor intensive, then the issue of labor will not be too much of a problem. We were speaking to one of the equipment manufacturers, and he said, well, we are breeding for varieties that will branch early and form canopy. So the canopy will show or will suppress the weed. But they are also looking at using machines to plant, because if you are doing 100 acres of cassava, to get people to be going down and putting 111, so they are using machines to plant. And the planters that they are developing, the ones that branch early, the stakes are short. So if you put one stick, by the time the machine moves one step, it's finished. Then you have to put another one. So we will need to find varieties that have long sticks. So you can put this long stick in, and then it would move for some distance before it finished, then you put another one in. So these are challenges in the field that we are picking up. So this kind of roundtable interaction is very good, where we pick up what challenges our farmers are having, and then we research to find sustainable solutions to those challenges. Then we can come back and share those solutions with all of us. So we have taken that up, and we're going to be working on that to see how we can work on issues that have to do with labor. There are several technologies available for managing weeds, for example. We will need to begin to investigate which ones we can introduce into our crop production or our cassava production systems and all that. Then we spoke also about soil testing. It is very important that you know what is in the soil before you add to it. So if we would be able to adopt this soil testing before we plant or before we apply fertilizer, that would save all of us. Because for all you know, your soil has enough of the NPK. You don't need to add anything to it. But yet, you go on and add more. Apart from poisoning your soil, you are also losing money. Because fertilizer is not cheap anymore. Even if you are bringing in the chicken manure, the cost of transport and all those things. So it's important that all of us find solutions to how we can make soil testing as cheap as possible. If we can get that, so can we get kits that farmers can use on their farm to test some of these things? These are things that researchers must take up and begin to work on. So we have taken this up. We'll be looking at how we can develop simple methods for testing for especially the three main nutrients, NPK in the field. Simple methods of letting you be able to assess how porous your soil is, and all those things. We should be able to do that. And then through this kind of interactions, we can share those technologies with you. We also need to be more, have more frequent interactions with you and with our farmers. In fact, this I'll say since I started working in Ghana Atomic Energy Commission for the past 20 years. That is the first time that we have come out like this to interact with farmers in a forum like this. I have done a lot of farmer interactions. Either myself or with one or two people. We go meet farmer-based organizations, but this is a different level. And I think we should sustain this. And as Sandra said, we should do it more frequently. If you have meetings, invite us. We may all not be able to come, but we can send one or two people to join your meetings. We've been talking during the lunch about how we can even get simple messages that can be broadcasted through the community radio systems. How to get simple videos that can be shared on WhatsApp platforms. How we can develop simple flyers that will tell the farmer what this symptom means. So if he sees his plant color turns somehow, he can reference that flyer and say, it looks like this. Or we can go to the extent of having apps where the farmer can just use a smartphone to take a picture of the disease and upload it to the app. There are experts who will review and confirm that it is this disease. Even with artificial intelligence now, the app can actually tell you that it is this disease or that disease. And on that app, you would have a knowledge platform where if it is this disease, then this and this and this is what I have to do. Some even are linked to the marketplace. So you'll be able to know who are the agrochemical dealers that sell the inputs that I need to treat this disease or this pest problem. And how close are they to me? All these are possible in this era of Internet of Things. So we can get even that sophisticated with our farming and with our agriculture. So nothing is impossible, but I believe that working together, we'll be able to achieve so much. They say if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. So I think we need to work together as a team. We, the researchers, the Agric extension officers, and the farmers, together with the private sector or the processors, we can all do better. And then we'll be able to achieve what we dream of as having cassava as our golden route for economic development. I think it's been a very fruitful day, and we need to applaud ourselves for making this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do it better. Our host wants to say something. I know there are small testing kits. In fact, the swimming pool even has a test kit. You put some drops in it, and it will tell you that you need more chlorine. But what it will not tell you is the quantity of chlorine anyway. But it will tell you that you need chlorine. So there are small testing kits that can give you an idea. But what I wish you could tell us before we go is that how much does it cost to do the soil test? So you know how to prepare. Oh, I was out, eh? Oh, I'm sorry. So just give me as a reminder how much it will cost to do the Okay, so test. once again, we will not tell you how much it could go, but we can give you clues. If you come as an individual, it's very expensive. If you come as a farmer group, it's somehow manageable. You can share the burden, the financial burden. So we'll keep the conversation going and then help you to do the soil testing and all that. No. Okay. So for instance, Okay, please, for instance, if you bring me soil sample and then you tell me you want me to analyze nitrogen for you, I will say, okay, I'll charge you 30 cedis for nitrogen, 30 cedis for K, 30 cedis for P. Do you understand? But if you ask me to come and do, or you ask us to come and do agronomic soil mapping or soil suitability rating, then that one, it comes with a whole package. And it will not be, you can't pay per parameter for that. So what do you want? Are you bringing us your soil sample for us to test for you? And then we just give you the results. We will not give you any meaning to that. Or you want us to come to your field and help you understand what you have and what you can do with it. That's why we cannot tell you verbatim that it is going to cost you this. So like I said, we will keep the conversation going on. We are trying to identify you guys as champion farmers, and we're working at the demonstration field levels together with the Agric extension officers. And where an individual or a group of people have issues with their soils, then we come in. Thank you. At this juncture, please, thank you very much. At this juncture, we invite our sister, Sandra. Yes.
Yes, we scientists can help your factory to come up. The factory here is Bojosi, the first touch factory for Ghana. You have the name. The problem with large-scale commercial farm is that they are taking our food source away. So anytime the food source is being taken away, the price in the market will now shoot up. And the factory will be enticing us with much supply, but they'll give us a little. We don't like that. That's why we smuggle most of the things to the market when the price in the market is high, and leading to the collapse of the factory. Caltech has approached me with a simple idea. I should just develop a variety for them which is not good for fufu or ampesi, that you can smuggle any longer to the market so that they will have monopoly. I'm seriously working on Caltech requests. So if that one is successful, extremely high starch, but for industry. The same way, if Bojosi factory is also interested, they can have their quality list and approach with the scientists. We will tailor the varieties to their needs, and their factory will not compete with food source of human being.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So our sister Sandra Lamte will give us a vote of thanks. I'll give the announcement.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Firstly, we would want to thank the Almighty God for how far He has brought us. We particularly thank Him for the idea to identify cassava to economically transform Ghana. We also want to thank the Director General of Gaec and the Executive Committee, MP, DC, our Coordinating Director, are particularly grateful to you for choosing this district to pilot the project. It is said that talk is cheap, but we at the Utisina district are well poised for this project, and we will not fail you. We will not fail you. We also want to thank our partners, the IAEA, we thank MUFA, PPRSD, Crops Service Directorate, GIDA, AGRA, the Peasant Farmers Association, UNIDO, Ghana Cassava Forum, the World Food Program, and then Star FM. We also want to thank our main collaborator, the Innovation Village Foundation. We thank you, Papa, and your staff. We thank you for relationship. We thank you for giving us your space. Ms. Answer is a very close friend of the Department of Agric. He does not shirk his duties as a farmer, and I know in his heart he's assuring all of us that this project will succeed. We also thank our sponsor, Solatil Limited, and then all categories of participants, that's farmers. We are very grateful for our farmers. If you are for your damwase, and young one can nay ni her, they be a director can't say, Adriana Edinisiano, or China, yin to me this Adrian be being half of a tresse muya pa, Ataria Mission and then secret or Chanamitin Yashi. So the love family Riano or Chinamin to me, the here before. Intino, we appreciate you. Ye dom. And I yes, right, Namia who are ding and insure mam say Nyamema Mejuma Entumpong. Amen. We also want to thank fabricators of machine and farm hand tools. We thank investors in cassava industry, processors, and even caterers. We thank the Gaec staff and all those who traveled far and near. I see young cocoon, ni hapa, interdia chia, or mumboko croko. Nanso, Yamia dom na detina will be near. Kai say, Yenina, Yada Yawasi. Now your bonfire say, this project will go a long way to improve the livelihoods of our farmers. Thank you.
Okay, shall we take the following announcements? Before I do that, I would also like to thank our virtual participants. You all out there, we thank you for making time to log in and then to asking your questions and then being a part of this program virtually. Now, please take the following announcements. We put across an essay competition to students in the following categories in Iwutu Senior District, that is GSS and SHS. And then we had about 128 participants or students writing to our theme, Cassava, Ghana's Golden Route for Economic Transformation. Shall we give a round of applause to all the students that did partake? We can do it better for them. Good. We have decided that the winners of this essay competition will be announced at the Gaec at 60s climax activity, and that will be in November this year at the Thanksgiving service for Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. So we'll let the district know ahead of time the winners, and then we'll make provision for them to come and then receive their various awards. All right. Then from here, we have closed. All those who came with the bus must go with the bus. Hello? Then make sure that you are not leaving anything behind. And we want to thank you all very much. The conversation continues, and we'll be talking with the various directors, and then come out with a plan like my director said, and then we'll get in touch. Thank you very much once again. God bless you. We'll have Mr. Joshua Osesin team to say the closing prayer for us. Sorry, Pastor. It's staffed by a Reverend Minister, like Madam Eunice.
In the name of Jesus Christ, the Son of the living God, our Heavenly Father, we are so much thankful unto you for your presence among us, right from the preparation, the thinking, the planning of this Cassava Week celebration. We launched it and you are with us. It was so successful. Heavenly Father, when we began it last Tuesday, your presence has always been with us, and you have led us up to this point in time where we have climaxed the whole program. We are saying, your name be praised, your name be blessed. We thank you so much, dear God, for the knowledge, the contribution, the sacrifices. resources, Father God, that have been displayed to ensure that this program is successful. We are so much thankful unto you. Yeah, that was it. And no more don't watch it. Me ding name. Yeah, yes, this again say, Papa. Kakra, one of me so a church for so researchers force that do me. Manen twaso na emboa na man Ghana entumpon. Oh, you knew and how titrumpo. El banchi. Bit me aboa any passitna. Yeah, that was it. And we are meeting in a couldn't be near San Quachi. Yes, they say, what do my do me and dear by no Indian kind, for you know could do if you're some dream. And cause in the own como, Papa and Lupon, maybe me didn't cause to us in Primera, you're free here. Thank you so much, God. Thank you, Father, for not set free. I will pray all this through Jesus Christ, your Son. Amen.
God bless you and safe journey.
Yeah.